fun. Hello and welcome everybody to the August meeting, Tennessee Fish and Wildlife Commission here in Cookeville, Tennessee. Good to see everybody here. I'd like to welcome our guests and visitors. We have several of them here. I don't have the sheet yet, but I can announce them. I know the clearance, Mr. and Mrs. Dyer here, and Mr. Clay Young. We've lots of, I think we have a state representative here. Mr. See here?
Paul Sherrill.
Yes, sir, Paul Sherrill. Hello, right there, nice to meet you. Would you like to say, come up and speak briefly?
Do what, ma'am?
Would you like to come up and say a few words?
Whatever the opportunity is, I have some questions about today, to address about an area that you have, so whenever it's open at that time.
Go ahead now.
We have,
Wait.
As well.
Well, go ahead and come on up. That'd be fine.
okay, I have a lot of questions, so.
Okay, we'll wait then. This is going great so far. So this is not a problem.
You don't get to talk.
You just stay sitting down. I'm just kidding.
Don't argue with Angie now.
Okay, I'm Angie Box, the Vice Chairman of the Commission, and I have the honor of presiding today over the meeting. Our Chairman Jim Ripley is under the weather. So, Jim, if you're watching, we're praying for you. Hope you're feeling better today. Hopefully he'll be back.
Thank you, Angie.
You're welcome, sir. How are you doing today?
Feeling better today.
Good.
Feeling better today. So.
Good. Well, we miss you. Hope you're continue to heal. At this time, I'd like Danette to call the roll, please.
Tommy Woods,
Here.
Angie Box,
Here.
Monty Ballou,
Here.
Stan Butt,
Here.
Wally Childress,
Here.
Bill Cox,
Here.
Chris Devaney, Jimmy Granberry,
Here.
Steve Jones,
Here.
Brian McLaren,
Here.
Kent Woods,
Here.
Hank Wright,
Here.
Jim Ripley. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Danette. At this time, I'd like to call on our Executive Director Wilson for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I just want to give a brief update of a couple of things that I've been involved with and maybe some things to expect for future commission meetings. Some of the things that I've been involved with over the last few months since the last commission meeting in June at least. I've continue to meet on a monthly basis with the Commissioner of TDEC, David Salyers, and the Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. Charlie Hatcher. We've met at least twice. We're supposed to have met again last week, but schedules changed. We'll meet again before too long. We talk about issues and things involve all three of our agencies, and forestry and state parks too. So it's a really good time for us to get together and discuss various things. Attended the Asian Carp Advisory Commission meeting back in June. We got to go out on the water with Clay Young, who's here, by the way, and several of the commissioners. And it was a very educational experience in seeing how they catch the Asian carp, the commercial fishermen do, and what they have to go through, and that. It was a good meeting. Just want to mention that some retirements, I don't think I mentioned them last time, but several of our longtime employees have retired. James Douglas, Mark Lipner, Angela Keel, Ben Layton, Jim Lane, Jeff Hummel just recently, and then, although not a retirement, Chuck Yost transferred over to TDEC here recently. And so we're going to miss Chuck. It's going to be a big hole to fill on his part. So we wish him luck in his next level of employment. And we've been really involved with the budget process, as you will see today, and the budget reviews going on for really the past couple of months. And we've got a good budget to present to the commission today, as you will see in just a little while. So I attended the forestry building dedication, a new one at Natchez Trace. I was on Larry Ray's outdoor radio show, his 20th anniversary. I think Commissioner Cox was also present as well. I recently gave a presentation to the Pulaski Rotary Club and attended the R3 meeting. So you'll be hearing more about the R3 process here in the coming months, I suppose, and we finally got off the ground to get that first initial meeting so their agency can develop an R3 plan. And in the coming months, we will be recognizing our Wildlife Officer of the Year, our Wildlife and Fisheries Biologist of the Year, and our Wildlife and Fisheries Technicians of the Year, and I believe there's a few other awards and recognitions that'll be coming into September and October commission meetings. Also, in a meeting, we're going to give a CWD modeling update. And then there's going to be a boat ramp plan developed that will discuss the maintenance and usage and development that will involve, of course, our Chief Jay McClellan and Chris Richardson and others. So, Madam Chairman, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. At this time, do we have any announcements from the commission? Well, I'd like to make a small announcement for last night. We had a great dinner. Where is he at? There you are. Chairman Brian McLaren hosted us at Smallmouth Fishing. Only rained for a little while. And great dinner last night. We appreciate you hosting that. It was a good time to get together and see this part of the country.
You're welcome. Glad to have everybody.
Thank you so much. Any other announcements? You think it's safe if you come up now? Think that'd be all right?
Whenever it's okay with you.
Well, I'd love to have you up, State Representative Mr. Paul Sherrill. Come on up. I'm glad to have you here. Thank you for being here.
Is this where I need to be?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, good evening. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today with you folks and the commissioners. And I don't know all the commissioners. I know some. I know Stan, as we just, I guess, voted to appoint him back in March, I believe it was, and Chris Devaney. We voted him, and then some others, and I don't know. So I am State Representative Paul Sherrill in the 43rd District. I have White County, about 2/3 of Warren, and all of Grundy County. And I've been elected since 2016, and hopefully here to represent the people as they've asked me to represent them. Thank you for allowing me to speak today to this group of folks. We appreciate the opportunity. And, you know, first I just want to say I appreciate every one of you that you do for us in the great state of Tennessee. And we need TWRA to protect our wildlife, and we appreciate you very much. Chris is a man that I get to work with in Nashville, and Chris Richardson is a great man to work with. He's been very helpful to me in Nashville as I go to him to try to ask for help and advice on bills, or people that's come to me and ask for help. So I just want to let you know that he does a good job, and we appreciate him very much and to help us. So thank you, Chris. Anyway, and thank you for the opportunity. And of course, as you know, probably some of you know, the reason I'm here today is concerns about what's going on, or maybe is going to go on up in White County as far as TWRA has now owned, or state of Tennessee is the one that owns it. And I was telling someone earlier up at, I call it the ranch, but it's I think it's now TWRA something up there at White County on the Eastland Road. So is everybody aware of this situation? So sound like some is, some's not. But it's up in White County, up on Bonner Mountain. And it's out on what's called the Eastland Road. And I believe there's like 20,000 acres that Farstone, Brigstone give the state of Tennessee, and now TWRA manages it, to my understanding. So, again, I'm very thankful that I live in the great state of Tennessee, and as we're here today to talk about a few things. I have several questions that people has made contact to me about and asked about this, what's going on up there. And, of course, I was born and raised up on Bonner Mountain, out on what's called the railroad grade, which is rock throwing distance of this 20,000 acres, and lived up there most of my life. And a lot of people, I guess, maybe feel like, since I'm the state representative, that they should contact me since I'm very close to it. Senator Paul Bailey is a senator in the area, and so I asked him if he'd be here today, and he's probably busy doing something else, so he couldn't be here. But anyway, I'm trying to come today to represent the people. I'm trying to come and educate myself, as I've told some earlier, as I'm here today, and have talked with Chris, talked to him about it. I have talked to Commissioner Chris Devaney just a little bit, just briefly, and I was telling some I would like to have some plans of what is possibly going to take place at this place, if I can get this before long, and I don't have them plans to sort of see what's going on, but I am telling you what people is probably come to me. So if I can, I'd like to ask several questions, and maybe this will educate me that I can go back and hopefully help the people back home, if that's fine with you. And thank you for letting me talk. So the first question is on this possibly what I'm hearing, 1,000 acres of coming in here and clear cutting this property and putting in a way of where we can have quails on it instead of deer or turkeys or whatever. And I don't know, and that's why I'm here today, to try to find out. And I have talked a little bit about it and trying to learn. They're asking, the question is this part of a grassland inhabited that TWR is trying to do? A question that maybe somebody can answer and give us some guidance, maybe not right now, but like I said, I have a page full of questions that people's asked me, so I'm open to the pleasure of the commission.
Yes, sir. I was going to recognize the Wildlife Committee, but recognize
Yeah,
Chris Richardson, please.
Representative Sherrill, I think we have staff here prepared to discuss that. And Madam Chairman, I don't know if you want to call on, I believe Wally Akins is prepared to discuss the management and the specifics of what's going on there. And that may help frame some of Representative Sherrill's questions for the rest of the committee, and also be able to address some of them before he even has to ask them. I don't know if you want to go straight to that now or not. I just wanted to make sure you were aware we were prepared to talk about that.
Yeah, Representative Sherrill, we're prepared to talk about that, and Wally Aiken, our wildlife officer, deputy assistant chief of wildlife, is prepared to make a presentation. So in the respect of your time, would you like us to do that now so you can go on about your business, and we can just adjust the agenda and go ahead and do that right now?
I have pretty well opened my day up today to be here to represent the people. I mean, I had 1,400 things to do, but I'm here today because the people asked me to be here, so I'll be here as long as I need to be today.
What's number 3 on the agenda, so it won't be long? We can move it to number 1 if you'd like.
Well, do I ask these questions, and maybe as I ask these questions, maybe Yuns could be thinking about to have the answers for them, or
maybe let us make the presentation, and if the questions get answered, then you'll have them. If they don't, then you can ask the ones that don't get answered.
I'm open to whatever y'all have to do. I appreciate you very much that you're allowing me to even speak. So whatever will be fine with me.
Okay, we'll just readjust the agenda in the spirit of your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Somebody always call the committee to order.
Yeah, we're going to call the Wildlife Committee to order.
Yeah,
Chairman
and
Granberry.
Chris, should we let other people that want to ask questions and speak to it, then Wally can come after that? Is that the?
My suggestion, Mr. Chairman, would be to let Wally proceed with the
Okay.
presentation, frame the issue, explain it a little bit, and get it properly before us, and
Okay.
then we can take
Okay.
questions
Okay.
from Representative and anybody else.
Okay, we'll call the meeting, the Wildlife Committee meeting to order, and we'll ask Mr. Wally Aiken to come to the podium and make a presentation. Thanks, Wally.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Mr. Cranberry, and thank you for the public coming and asking these questions. It gives us an opportunity to talk about what we want to do for management at Bridgestone Firestone WMA. We acquired Bridgestone, or part of Bridgestone Firestone WMA, from the Bridgestone Corporation around the year 2000. At that time, it was around 6,000 acres, which I know the slide's a little small and a little bit far away, but that would be where the Centennial Wilderness is. Included in that, on the very northern part, in that yellow hash mark, is what we call the farm or the ranch, as some call it. It used to be a cattle farm. It's now it's an early successional stage of an old field. We've done a lot of work right there to convert and to eliminate a lot of non-native grasses that were undesirable for wildlife, mainly fescue, still have some management to go there. But the south end of the area, the other part of the yellow hash, is the Big Bottom unit in the hunting garden, and locally we call it the Mooneyham area. That area we acquired, I think, in 2009. It is, or used to be, part of the Bowater Corporation property, and it is or was planted in industrial pines, loblolly pines. When we got that area, it was in all different age classes from 1 year to 30-year-old pine trees. So in that area, Mooneyham, we've systematically removed those pines, those loblolly, as they became merchantable, and then incorporated prescribed fire to further our management for quail. Some areas have not been cut yet because they've not reached merchantable age. Some areas are scheduled to be cut in the future. There's still two stands in that southern part that are slated to be cut in the next few years. In 2010, we designated Bridgestone Firestone as one of our quail focus areas. So that's where we want to intensively manage for quail. So we started doing that then. We want to continue to do so, and our next step to create more usable space and have more available space for quail would be to do a timber harvest where the red or magenta purple color is along the road going to Welch Point. And I do want to clarify something, that this is not a clear cut. And I'm a wildlife person with forestry background, and to get this in my head is even hard. But a clear cut implies that you're going to regenerate trees, and you have a forest regeneration plan. So this is not a clear cut because we're not regenerating the forest. What we're trying to do, where it's pink or magenta, is to create a savanna and a woodland. There's 340 acres that it's not been out for bid yet, and actually the forestry crews still have to. We had to do a lot of surveys for endangered species, bats, and our forestry crews have not even cruised this timber. That'll take them about a week to do that. So we don't know the exact boundaries. We want to leave plenty of space for riparian areas. There's a creek that splits this. And any drains or hollows, we certainly leave a buffer, which that would be to protect those strips, those drains. But out of the 340 acres, there's about 220 or so acres that's going to be in a savanna, which is scattered trees, and then and very sparse trees. And then the other 95 acres, and that don't total up to 340, the rest is in riparian zones, will be in a woodland condition, which is a few more trees than a savanna. The common denominator between a savanna and a woodland is herbaceous understory. So we want a grassy, herbaceous understory underneath scattered trees. Out of the 20,000 acres of Bridgestone Firestone, what's in yellow now is around 3,000 acres total out of that 20,000. So we've got less than 15% in early successional or old field type management style. We do want to increase that number somewhat as we manage for quail, as we try to make quail our intentionally managed for these birds. Now, if I could have the next slide, and we can go back. I only have 2 or 3 slides here. So on the right side of that screen is a savanna. Now, that's part of what we're striving to accomplish. The tree line or the skyline will not look exactly like that, but this is taken from Foothills WMA in Blount County, but it is scattered trees. The prescription on Bridgestone is to leave all shortleaf pine and other pine if there's no shortleaf around. Again, our forestry staff has not cruised that area yet. We think there's plenty of shortleaf in the stand. Underneath, what we're striving to accomplish is what's at ground level. What's the usable space for quail and a lot of other songbirds. What's usable space for basically all species of wildlife, especially deer and turkey. It will be a benefit for them. For nesting cover for turkey, you will have a bare ground underneath an umbrella coverage of vegetation that provides seed and other food that they can eat. It will attract insects for turkey poults. It will serve as fawning areas for deer, fawns, and also will be critical in the antler development stage of deer. The summertime is when deer put the antler growth on. It's done about now, September. Will fill out. They'll lose the velvet, of course, but the growth of an antler development is pretty much done by this time of year. So we want to provide more food. That summer forage is critical for antler development for deer. It's also critical for nesting season, nesting cover. If you think about the slide before, we have less than 15% in even for nesting cover for turkeys. Now I know turkeys can nest against a tree, but for quality nesting cover, we don't have much of Bridgestone at all. If I could go back to that one slide, I want to point something out. And you probably can't see this, but down the middle, Bridgestone is pretty much split by the Caney Fork River. It divides this WMA in half. So even the 2,000 acres we have at Mooneyham is not usable for quail, and probably not deer or turkey for that matter, from the farm unit. So they're almost two different areas. So, okay, can I go back to those slides? Now, one thing I want to point out, I mentioned deer and turkey, but it benefits, of course, quail. Quail is not a grassland bird, but a shrubland bird. And use a grassland area. So they require some woody cover, shrubby, nasty looking stuff. But it's also going to benefit a whole guild of other songbirds that are also in decline. The bobwhite quail has been in decline for over 30 years, drastic decline. And if we do not reverse that trend, we may lose this species at one point in time. It is our state game bird. There's a lot of interest in restoring this bird. A lot of people that are very passionate about it. So what we're doing, not just to benefit quail, but it will benefit a large variety of different wildlife. Now, what we're also trying to do, and again, you cannot see the slide, but in the bottom left of this slide is a picture of the United States covered in green. This is the area covered in woodland or savanna in 1873. That's right around the time of the Civil War. There's always been a myth that a squirrel could go from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River and never have touched the ground because they can walk on trees. Well, that's totally not true. Around the Cumberland Plateau area where Bridgestone is, 150 years ago, there was, if you look at the legend, and I know you can't see it, there was somewhere around 400 to 500 acres per square mile of woodland or savanna. Well, there's 640 acres in a mile, so 3/4 of that area was in a woodland on the Cumberland Plateau. So this is something that we've lost on our landscape, just from succession, just from the lack of disturbance over time, and our forests that were once open and that woodland condition are now a closed canopy forest, and that's really not productive for wildlife. It doesn't provide that sunlight that can hit the ground and allow that native vegetation to grow. So that is in a nutshell what we're doing on this management area. So we're not going to lose any acorn production either, because we will have scattered oaks. So we're going to have acorn production as well for that mass crop. But bear in mind, 16 to 17,000 acres of Bridgestone is still in a closed canopy hardwood forest. So We've got a disproportionate area in that habitat type on that landscape than what we want to create. So with that, I'll be glad to take any questions. And to benefit quail, that was one question I think I wrote down. Quail are finicky. A deer and turkey, they're generalists, and that, some people may throw something at me for saying that, but they can survive in a lot of different habitat types. A deer and turkey can. A quail cannot. They're very specific on what their requirements are for food and cover. They need something they like during the 12-month period of the year. So they got to have brood rearing habitat. They got to have nesting habitat. They got to have escape cover in very close proximity. And they got to have a food source. So all that has to be within a 40-acre area or 50 acres, but very close proximity, all those different habitat requirements for quail. So we're managing for the diversity on the vegetation types. Beauty, we were talking about this a little bit in the hallway. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If, to me, a grown-up, rough-looking place that's full of snakes and critters is beautiful. And if the general public see that, they really frown on that, and they question us about it. And that's, we need to do a better job of educating the public on that. But if they come to us and say, man, this looks pretty, it's all uniform and nice looking, then we're not doing our job, to be honest. We're not doing a good job managing for wildlife. So I'll be glad to try to answer any questions. We do have workshops from time to time for the public, and glad for anybody to come out. But yes, sir.
Thank you, Wally. Representative, did you have some questions? Come on, yeah. If we can't answer your questions today, we'll certainly try to do that in one more time.
Well, I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be able to come today and question, and thank you again for the opportunity. Thinking about what this picture here, if I understand what I've been told, and like I said, I'm here to educate myself as well as trying to educate the people that's asked me to represent them. Okay, in what I call it, the Longwood Mooneyham area, if there's pines over there, just like these pictures that you're showing on the screen back.
Oh, that one.
For instance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the Longwood Mooneyham area, if there's pines already there and you're wanting to look like that right there, sort of, why don't you do what you're wanting to do in the Longwood Mooneyham area, if I may ask?
We're doing the same type of management over at Mooneyham as we're wanting to do at the farm or the ranch on the north side. We're doing both.
And as you made the comment earlier about, I guess what I'm hearing is you're wanting to cut all this hardwood timber, which is close to the ranch or the farm, if you say, instead of going over across, is it Caney Fork River?
Yes, sir.
Where this property is of the Longwood Mooneyham property
Yes, sir.
To do it. And I guess they asked the question, well, if they got pines over there, why don't you go ahead and cut all them old pines if that's what's need to be done, and some of the pines has done been cut, and leave the hardwoods. Well, somebody said, well, they don't want to go across the river and do that because it's far away from the farm. Well, let's look at it, and I'm going on what people's asked me. Well, if people come in here to hunt quail, say, for instance, and they come from Nashville or Knoxville or Chattanooga, it might be 15 minutes further for them to go to that place than it would be to come to the ranch.
Right.
Is that true?
Yeah, depending on where you're coming
Yeah.
from, yes.
If you come to Chattanooga, it'd be closer.
Right.
So why is that area there not, why can't we utilize that area in the Longwood Mooneyham area instead of cutting the hardwood up there?
So we've got about 2,300 acres over at Mooneyham in that woodland or savanna condition. Now, we did remove the trees on some areas, but it is in that condition on the Mooneyham area. We still got a ways to go there. When we get done with the Mooneyham, we'll have around 3,000 acres, 3,200 acres of old field, early successional type habitat on that area.
And I'm not against quail hunting. Actually, I like to eat quail. It's been a long time since I've quail hunted, back when I was younger,
Right.
when I was able to go out and hunt some. But, you know, as someone said, are we trying to turn Tennessee into California by cutting all the trees? Look at the problems they're having in California with the fires. Are we going to do that to us here in Tennessee?
I'll give you my opinion. Tennessee is the same coverage of forest today as it was in 1950. We have about 52 or 53% forested area in the state of Tennessee. That's remained constant. The difference between our forest today and our forest from then, and even our forest from 1980 and the year 2000, is they're much older. So the age of our forest is much older. Now, that means young forest is gone, and that old field or that woodland is gone. And those species that depend on that type of habitat, that early successional or old field, or even a young forest, which is different than an old field, they're in decline. And we've not been managing appropriately for them. And that's not just in Tennessee. This is range-wide for bobwhite quail all over the southeast. Some of the western states are seeing a little bit of positive growth of quail, or at least maintaining the numbers, but certainly across the southeast, unless you're in South Georgia or North Florida, quail are in extreme decline. So we're trying to manage for that and reverse that trend. I mentioned quail, or Bridgestone is our quail focus area. We, as an agency, decided that. And there's the Northern Bobwhite Conservation Initiative, and the research indicates you need at least 1,500 acres of contiguous habitat, quality habitat for quail for a population to survive, or 25% of a 6,000 acre unit. So that means if you had 15 acres open block or within a 6,000 acre area, you had 25% of that, and that equals 1,500 acres. But that would be in close proximity for that population of quail to survive. They live their entire life cycle on a very small acreage if they have everything they need. They do disperse out in the spring and the fall and find new areas. If they don't have suitable areas, they come back to where they were born. Then you run into inbreeding and loss of genetic diversity and a lot of different things. So you do need a large area in one area to satisfy the needs for an entire population of quail. So and that's what we're trying to eventually strive for on both units of Bridgestone Firestone.
So may I ask, would it be a problem, instead of cutting the hardwood up there close to the ranch, and go over into the Longwood Mooneyham and do this project that y'all are wanting to do? Would it be a problem? And I ask this question because people's asked me, and I've heard this from some that says, well, Catoosa used to be a beautiful place until whoever's come in and clear-cutted Catoosa, and now the hunters don't want to go there and hunt because of what's been done to it as far as the property. True or not, I don't know because I haven't been there, but I'm just telling you. So they're thinking that if you want to blame TWRA, and I'm not here to throw blame or nothing today, I'm just asking a question. Is TWRA or whoever wanting to do to this place up here what they done to Catoosa? So I asked the question just to try to be nice about it.
Yeah, and I'll disagree that we've not cut Catoosa down. We've cut between 200 and 500 acres a year since 1980.
Yeah.
Catoosa is 80,000 acres, and we're still at over 90% forested, 94% forested, closed canopy forest on Catoosa.
And I ask these questions because I don't know, and,
Right.
and I'm not here to try to be mean or anything like that. I'm just here to try to ask questions for people, and then we have people that are hikers, and up in that area there, we have a lot of people that comes from a lot of different states that come to hike, or even in the great state of Tennessee that we live in, come to hike. So we cut these acres. How many trails are we going to take away? I've heard they'd probably take away 20 miles of trail. Is that true?
I would not think so.
For the hardwood at where the trails is at now.
I would not, no, not at all. 340 acres, there's nowhere near 20 miles of trails there, for one, but, or maybe possibly they're confused with TDEC property or state parks in Virgin Falls.
And I don't know, and I asked because of, here's something that we are working on, and it's something I've been working on since I've been elected in 16, is I've been asked to work on, is we are wanting, and a lot of people want to see Virgin Falls become a Tennessee state park. We have a lot of people that comes all over the state of Tennessee, plus other states that comes to this area there and parks and hikes down to Virgin Falls. So people are wanting to see this continue to be a wilderness instead of a place that you've seen where they've come in and clear cut it and growed pines back, and it don't look
Yeah.
as nice as the hardwood. So
One thing I would like to point out, and just try to change your opinion a little bit, is, you know, the ground level. And I put one picture on the insert of the picture of the pines on the bottom left of that picture of all the native plants and the native vegetation that respond. We don't have to plant any of that. You will get all kinds of native flowers, a native vegetation that just naturally grow. It's all different colors throughout the summer. Yellow, red, orange. To me, that's beautiful. I think a lot of the public, once they see it, once we do a better job of education, will actually see the benefit of this type of habitat and see the beauty in it and embrace it. At least I hope they do. There's one trail that goes to the south end of where it's not quite to that cuts from the road going to Welch Point to the farm that we intend to maintain. We'll probably use it as a fire break at some point in the future. You know, we'll be using prescribed fire to maintain it in this type of vegetation. If you don't, it is going to revert back to a forest. You know, that's just the way it is east of the Mississippi. So I hope people will understand what we're trying to do, and there's a benefit for all wildlife, and there's a lot of beauty in it if they will just look at it a little bit with an open mind and realize that we still got acres and acres of trees that are still going to be standing.
And some has asked the question, if TWRA comes and clear cuts all this property, and the money that is harvested from these trees, where is it going to?
It comes back to our agency.
To the TWRA. And they ask the question, well, okay, when forestry cuts timber, it goes in the coffin of the state of Tennessee, or other organizations, it goes back in. And I know of what I've been told, the TWRA is in like a separate entity of the great state of Tennessee. True or false? But I'm not here but that's people ask these questions. Why is that? I don't know. I don't have the question, don't have the answer for it. But I think the biggest thing that maybe I could say today is I thank you, I appreciate you and the opportunity to come and speak today. And I believe that people in our area that we live in up there, if you would consider going to Longwood and Mooneyham, which I know is across the river, to do your project and use all them old pines over there that ain't no good, maybe, if you want to say, but they're in your picture, instead of cutting the hardwoods up there on top of the mountain where this farm is. So I would like for you to consider that, and I think you would see people a lot happier with what's going on if you would consider doing that. So,
Thank you.
and if anybody has any questions for me, I'll be glad to try to answer best I know.
Well, we thank you for your time, and if you have any further questions, just get them to Chris, and we'll route them through the proper folks. And I'm going to get any of the commissioners have any questions for Wally while we're.
Chairman Greenberg,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make
Yeah, go ahead.
Representative Sherrill, I think what you brought up would be indicative of the people who want to come to the area and hike, that most of those people are naturalists and environmentalists, and they would appreciate what Wally had to say about all of the wildflowers, all of the fauna, all of the things that are taking place that they know that were there at one time. You've got a Southeast Grasslands Initiative that's trying to bring back some of those areas, and those people appreciate that. And so in comparison to the number of our people in our population in our state, the ones who would use that would be very appreciative of what we're trying to do in those areas. Now, I know that there's a few people that don't understand it, and you know, their love is for forest, but you know, prior to 1700, then the large portion of Tennessee was in grasslands and prairie. So, you know, with the population growing, then we put more emphasis on allowing forest to grow so we'd have access to wood for building. So what we need to understand is if the agency is responsible for managing wildlife, and not just wildlife, but for all of the trees and growth that go with that, then it's our responsibility to see that all that's provided. So it's important that we understand that there's a lot of people who would appreciate that. Not just a few who are objecting to cutting a few hardwoods, but Wally made the statement that we're leaving the white oaks and a lot of them for mast, for acorns, and what most people don't understand is if they think we're destroying deer habitat, then 2 out of 5 years, oak trees only drop acorns. So, you know, we gotta provide other food. And what we see as weeds, or what a lot of people see as weeds, ragweed has 18 to 22% protein and enough calcium to enhance deer antler growth early when it's needed to be, rather than what people think maybe corn does in the fall when it matures going into the winter. So our job is to continue to educate the public about the benefits of early succession growth and how that it enhances all wildlife, deer and turkey as well as quail. So it's very important that we impart that to them and get people to understand we're not trying to destroy anything. We're trying to enhance what we've been told that we've got to take care of. So that's important. Thank you.
How many trees are you talking about cutting? How many you talking about maybe leaving some oak trees? How many trees are you talking about leaving, say, per acre of hardwood on this, if I may ask?
It depends on what the foresters, what's in the inventory, and that we don't know 100% because you can walk through it and get an idea. But for a savanna, 2 to 10 trees per acre, roughly. For a woodland, which is more trees, I'm going to say 5 to 15 or 20, but scattered trees throughout.
Okay, any other commissioners have any questions for Wally or Representative Cheryl, Steve?
Let me ask a quick
Oh,
question.
okay.
Wally, how many acres in Bridgestone Firestone?
It's around 20,000 acres, and we've
how ma-
acquired parcels through
And
the
how many
years.
acres are you talking about changing to?
This cut is 340 acres. Now, there's more planned in the future. We want to eventually have close to 1,500 acres in that farm unit. Farm's about 650, so eventually another 800.
So probably not over 10% of the whole.
No.
So, may I ask a question? In the Longwood Mooneyham area over there, that which I know is across the river, and that's where a lot of people is, or I won't say some, I should say, would like to see that. If you're going to do this project, why don't you do it there where that's
So out of that yellow hash, that's around 2,400 acres. We've cut 1,900 acres over there. So we still got a few more parcels to go to finish out, but we've cut timber. We got it in 2009, and almost every year since we've been cutting timber over there.
Would you consider thinking about it before you go cut hardwoods up on by the farm? Would you consider doing it there instead of up there? I'd appreciate if you would consider it. So, thank you. And again, I appreciate every one of you. Thank you for the time to be able to speak on behalf of the folks that's concerned about
Yes,
it.
sir. Thank you.
If I can help some way, let me know.
Same here.
We thank you, and there'll be some more questions, and so you might hang around to hear those other people. Any other commissioners have any comments for Wally? Wally, I had a couple of questions. Can you give the definition difference between clear cut and select cut? Because I think there's, I mean, clear cut just sounds like getting a bulldozer and just completely, but that's not true.
Both are regeneration methods, and we have a couple other foresters in this room. But I used to work for a forest consultant, but I've had degrees in wildlife. But anyway, a clear cut is almost a total tree removal. But it is a regeneration method. A lot of prescriptions for clear cuts are in areas where you have poor quality hardwoods, and you're basically going to just start over from scratch and take the trees and regenerate that stand. I meant to add too, we're going to be careful to leave snags, which are dead trees, on this area standing for cavity nesting birds. And I mentioned the riparian areas. So there's different things we want to do and just make a savanna and woodland. A select cut would be going in and you can do an individual tree selection where you go in and remove individual trees, or a group selection cut where you remove a group of trees. It could be just 1/10 of an acre, 2/10 of an acre, but you remove a small group of trees within one area. But basically, that's about the difference.
Wally, could you also speak to controlled burns relative to the California wildfire problems and how we do that and how important that is?
Yes, sir. You know, control burn is, and people use different terminology, prescribed burn, control burn, and they pretty much mean the same thing, but you wait until you have the most favorable conditions, and that is looking at wind speed, temperature, relative humidity is a big one, mixing heights, which means how the smoke will disperse, because you are responsible for your smoke and a prescribed burn or controlled burn. But when those conditions are right, environmentally speaking, to accomplish your goals of implementing that burn, you'll take steps to be able to control that burn. You always have a fire break, which can be something that you put in yourself, a man-made, or it could be a natural fire break, a creek, river, road, something like that. But that fire is contained within a geographic area under the right environmental conditions to accomplish the goal you want. So if you need a cool fire, you may want a little bit of higher humidity. If you want a hotter fire, a little bit lower humidity, maybe a little bit of wind. But there's also prescriptions when it's not safe. If it's too windy and conditions are too dangerous to implement that fire, you simply don't do it. And there's a checklist you go about to do. Wildfire is something that's not contained, and it's in during a time when it's not safe, and there's so much fuel that the conditions are terrible. The fire is destructive and can do a lot of damage. So.
Okay, seeing no more questions from the commission, is anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this topic? If you would, come to the microphone and identify yourself, and 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
3 minutes, I'm sorry about that. My name is Mike O'Neill. I don't know if I can squeeze it in 3 minutes. I'm a long-time hunter. For 40 years, I've bought a hunting and fishing license. It's our understanding, and we may have some misinformation because what I got doesn't coincide with what Wally's put on the wall there. But I would ask Wally, what are the projections over the next few years? And some of you won't be aware of the areas that I'm going to refer to, but I'm pretty sure that Wally has been there and he's going to know what I'm talking about. So would you be removing the hardwoods from, once again, what we call the farm out to what we would consider the Virgin Falls, where the Virgin Falls parking lot is now? And that would entail about 1,073 acres, I believe. Is that one of the projected cuts down the road?
Yes, sir. If you look at the map, that's to the left of that purple area is the road going toward Virgin Falls.
So if in doing that, and to refer back to what Mr. Sherrill was asking about, you would take out 4 or 5 hiking trails, I'm pretty sure, not to mention that area is the most densely used area when it comes to turkey hunting and deer hunting. So and back to your savanna, or we refer to it as a clear cut, and that may not be the proper terminology, but in that savanna, I don't think you ever answered how many trees would be left per acre. And
Yeah.
a snag is not going to produce, a snag's not going to produce anything for maybe a bird to nest in or something other. It's not going to produce no food for the deer or the turkey. It's my understanding that the savanna is just growed up wild land and maybe 1 or 2 trees per acre. Is that correct?
Well, there could be more than that. There's different definitions, but anywhere, like I did say, between 2 and 10 could be a good number for a savanna. Be a few more trees than that for a woodland
Right.
condition.
But back to the other, you would be cutting that 1,000 and so many odd acres between the farm, what's the existing farm, and the what we call the Virgin Falls, where the Virgin Falls parking lot is.
It will not be 1,000 total, and that will be in years to come.
Right.
Right now, you're looking at 340. Of course, that will be dissected by several drains.
Oh, yeah.
And we stay
Which will-
1,000 feet from the Caney Fork River drainage,
Right.
so
But
it
in-
won't
in-
be, yeah, all that.
Excuse
The
me, I'm sorry.
land area may be 1,000 acres, but we won't be cutting that much.
Right. And I'm trying to keep it to 3 minutes. I apologize. My whole thing got changed here just a little bit, but so once you're done with that one, the project would be to cut, or the project 2 and 3, I think, and all of those together would come up to be about 2,043 acres, if I'm correct. And you would cut everything on the left-hand
So-
side of the Welch Point
Let's-
Road
let's-
plumb to the river. Is that correct?
Can we clarify something? Look at the white square around the purple and the
Yes, sir.
yellow.
Mhm.
See, the bottom line going horizontal, we just completed pine removal.
Yes, sir. I'm
So
very
that
much
would
aware of it.
connect those pines to the farm, eventually.
Eventually, yeah. So the concerns, and the whole reason I'm here is I wanted to read you guys, and you all are the commission. You're, in the second paragraph, it says, "The goal remains today to parallel wise management of our natural resources with the interest and concerns of the sportsman." And I think we all here know, nobody's opposed to the quail hunting, but for 22 years, we've protected the quail over there, and if we ain't got none to hunt now, cutting the hardwoods ain't gonna help it, I don't believe. And then the last point I wanna make 2 more points, please. The deer hunters and the turkey hunters actually pay an extra stamp or an extra fee in order to hunt, where the quail hunter doesn't. All he would have to pay is a Type 94 to hunt on this property. If you're, deer hunting or turkey hunting, you actually have to have the 94, and so that's going to generate more money. And then lastly, I would just ask, what would this do to the Caney Fork River and all the things that are pertaining there, because that is a world-renowned whitewater kayaking area. And last but not least, Bridgestone donated this property because it was going to be clear cut to the TWRA to manage, and I don't think that a clear cut or a savanna is what they had in mind when they actually done that. And I would just look at this commission and ask y'all, if you've never been there, get with someone, take a trip up there, and look at what they're about to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Wally, did you want to close out with any further comments?
I'll address the Caney Fork. We'll stay 1,000 feet from the rim line of that river drainage, so we'll be nowhere near the drainage of the Caney Fork, and then any tributaries and drains going in and down off the Gulf into the Caney Fork, they'll be protected as well. So our resources, aquatics and along the Caney Fork and those tributaries should be unimpacted.
Okay, thank you, Wally. Thank you, Representative. So we'll move into the first item on the agenda. We'll ask Mr. Brad Miller to come up and give us an elk management update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Director Wilson. In 2000, TWRA began an elk restoration program. And in those early years, TWRA partnered with UT Knoxville and with Dr. Lisa Muller specifically to begin some preliminary research on elk survival and diet and those sorts of things. We had quite a few years where we have not done research, but I'm pleased to say that in the last couple of years we've had a couple of PhD students and a master's student that have revived some research and began looking at changes in diet as we've adjusted the habitat and as well as survival and some other things. So I don't want to take a lot of Dr. Muller's time, but I just want to express my appreciation for the opportunity to come and for her to be able to share about some of these preliminary findings and also recognize Daley Metz, who is one of the students who's here today. So if it's the Commission's pleasure, Dr. Muller, if you'd come up.
Well, thank you all very much for the opportunity to come and share what we've been up to, and I really appreciate you taking the time, so thank you very much. I would like to thank my co-authors on this. Catherine Kurth and Aaron Watson are the two PhD students that Brad mentioned. Daley Metz is the student that's here, and I will be sharing some of her work on the food habits. And really, this project could not have happened without Brad. So we really appreciate Brad's help and support, and it's been invaluable to make this work. So we're very fortunate. Rick Gearhold is a veterinary parasitologist at the vet school who's also been helping us with the project. So, as Brad mentioned, it's kind of hard to think about first elk being released in December 2000, but I want to talk a little bit about the stocking source because I think it will help understand a little bit about some of the things we're doing now. And so with that, I'll just give you a brief reminder where the elk came from. And realistically, all the elk in Tennessee came from a small national park in Alberta, Canada, just east of Edmonton. And you can see the map of the park. It's has this major highway that goes through it, and the north side's been high fenced since 1907. The south side was high fenced in about 1960. So as you can imagine, there's a little bit of difference between both sides of the park. But what they do is they trap animals both sides of the park. They mix them together at a holding facility, and then they were shipped to Tennessee, and this was the first release in December 2000, and they were held in the trailers overnight, and then the doors were open, and it was just great to have elk back on the landscape. So it's always been a blessing to be a part of this project, and I'm real excited to continue some of this work. One of the things that I think was just really brilliant that TWRA, we came up with a design that every animal that was released in Tennessee, we have genetic samples on, which is just really cool. If you think about all the deer that were moved around and we don't know, a lot about where they came from, but with the elk, we know exactly the genetic history behind them. And as you can imagine, what this has allowed us to do, really, we can tell if elk have ancestors from the north side of Elk Island versus the south side of Elk Island. And perhaps maybe even more important, we can tell when we have Kentucky animals. So Kentucky's elk restoration, they all came from western states. So ultimately Yellowstone stock as opposed to Elk Island stock. And we actually have worked closely with Kentucky biologists, and so we have genetic samples from them, and we can compare what we have here so we can tell which animals are where. So with that kind of as a background of the genetics portion, we're continuing to use the genetic technology that just keeps getting better and better over time. And as you can imagine, in the 20 plus years since it's first started. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some DNA work that we're doing, as well as some other aspects of this project. So this research, I kind of view it as two different techniques. One is capturing the animals, putting our hands on them by darting and chemical immobilization. And we can put satellite GPS collars, which take locations every 3 hours. Also, if an animal hasn't moved in 8 hours, it sends us a text that, hey, there's a potential mortality. And so we can see what's going on. The other part of this project involves getting biological samples from scat. So there's a whole portion of this project that revolves around us going into the field and picking up elk scat without disturbing the animals in any way. So we've gotten biological samples both ways, and I want to share with you some of what's going on. So we've put out 29 collars, 21 females and 8 males, and we're continuing to follow them. So there's collars on the elk right now, recording locations, and we can actually go to a website and see what they're doing real time. Unfortunately, we have had some mortalities. As of this past week, we had 6 females that have died and 3 males. And in terms of what they're dying of, there's 3 that we don't know, and 1, the necropsy's pending, the other 2, we couldn't determine final cause of death. And then we have 3 that we know are meningeal worm, which meningeal worm is just a very common parasite in white-tailed deer. And it doesn't cause whitetails any problems, but it can cause elk some issues. And sometimes it can also manifest itself as central nervous system problems. And so that one that died of a vehicle collision is also possibly related to meningeal worm. So we know this parasite does affect the animals. We saw that at the very beginning of the project when the elk were first put on the landscape. So it's a parasite that is common and unfortunately not going away. We had 1 that was poached and 1 that was killed during the regular hunting season. The other thing about the collars is that, as I mentioned, we're still collecting data, but we have locations on these elk that are there. And if you look on the picture to the right with the colors, we have several animals collared in the elk hunt zone area. Each dot represents a different location. Each color represents a different animal. And so we have animals there. We also have animals in the northern part of the North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area. So across the landscape. And so we're in the process of looking at home range size and habitat use and movements on the management area. The other thing that's kind of fascinating, going back to this idea of we know which side of the road their ancestors came from. With the collared animals, what we're seeing, and this represents all of the collared animals from 2019. You can see in the northern part of the range, this is several animals that are in the elk viewing tower area, and these all have ancestors from the north side of Elk Island, and the ones in purple to the left have ancestors from the south side. So they're not, for some reason, they're segregating on the landscape, which there's no reason for them to do that, but that's kind of what we're seeing. So jump into a little bit about the scat analysis. And it's kind of amazing to think about what information you can get from looking at scat on the landscape. So basically we set up these scat collection areas across the area. Once again, heavily targeting the elk hunt zone area to look at what's going on. And as far as information we're getting from the scat, it turns out we can get genetic material, here's the DNA technology again, on the outside of the pellet. And if you want to think about the pellets as they come through the rectum, it sloughs off cells from the animals. So those cells is what we're picking up the animal's DNA. We can also look at plant DNA on the inside of the pellet. This is what they're eating, right? So this is all the different, species as they're going along. And the other part of this is progesterone metabolites. And that's on the inside of the pellet as well. And what progesterone is, it's the hormone of pregnancy in all mammals. So we know that they excrete some progesterone metabolites in the feces, and we've been able to pick that up as well. So out of those collection areas that are across the landscape, we picked up 357 pellet groups, and each one we have a GPS location on. And as far as what we found, 157 of those 357 were genotyped successfully. And you might think, well, 44%, that's not very good. But when you think about picking up the animal's DNA on the landscape that's exposed to environmental conditions, that's kind of impressive. So, of those, we know that there's 85 unique individuals. So some animals, we picked up several scat piles from the same animal. And that comes out to 21 males and 64 females. So roughly, we're looking at a sex ratio of 1 male to about 3 females, which is really pretty impressive. Now, the one thing we don't know is age on these animals. We can't tell age, but we can tell individual identity and whether a male or female. We are picking up animals with the ancestry from the north and south side of Elk Island. We are picking up a few that have mixed heritage, which is good. And we picked up 2 from Kentucky. And we know they're from Kentucky because we can compare it to the DNA samples in Kentucky. So that's kind of an interesting way to figure out. Ideally, it's going to be one continuous elk range, right? And so we're hoping that we'll get more Kentucky wander in. So as far as the food habits, which is Daly's project, and she just completed her thesis. So this is all about DNA barcoding. So basically, there's all these little snips of DNA inside the fecal pellet, and it's kind of like bar scans. We compare it to known plants and can determine what they're eating. So as far as the top genera, you can see if we start from the bottom, the dark blue is Vaccinium, which these are blueberry species. And that was the #1 genera that was used. The others, you can see fescue was about 8.4%, and that's obviously a common grass up there. Rosa, which is like multiflora rose, those species. Black locust, Robinia, 5.8%. Autumn olive was 5.2%. And then the remaining 60% were other genera that were used, just not in large proportions. So I should sort of highlight that this is a winter food habit study, because these samples were collected in February to April, and they were collected over that time period. And so you would expect them to eat a lot of shrubbery, like blueberry, but they're also utilizing a lot of plants that are commonly associated with mining sites, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So they're picking up what they need. They seem to be picking up the nutrition that they require, and we can see which plants they're using. We also looked at food habits over the time period, because we had a 10-week time period where we're collecting. And probably the most interesting part of this, if you look at the gray bar, that is actually the amount of forbs. So these are going to be the flowering vegetation, herbaceous matter. And you can see that early in the winter, they're not using them much because they're not available, right? But as soon as spring green up comes, in the second graph, you can see they pick up that a lot. So they're utilizing the food as it comes in, the highly nutritious food. They do commonly use a lot of grasses, and that's what's in orange. And And the amount of grasses goes down as spring green up comes, and you have the more succulent vegetation that's higher in nutrition. So they are very adaptable and able to use what they need. As far as the progesterone goes, it's been kind of interesting to look at that as well in terms of pregnancy testing. And so with those collared elk, we had them in hand. We were able to take a blood sample, and we were able to determine if they were pregnant or not from that blood sample using pregnancy-specific protein B. And if you want to think about it, it's kind of like human chorionic gonadotropin, which basically is just the basis of a home pregnancy test. So it's kind of like a home pregnancy test. We have the blood sample, but we also had the fecal pellets at the time of capture. And from those same fecal pellets, then we looked at progesterone metabolites to try to see what was going on, if we could determine if they're pregnant or not from feces. So as far as the collared results, and we're using this home pregnancy test design idea, in 2019, 8 out of 11 were pregnant. In 2020, 3 out of 4. So really that comes out to 77% pregnant in 2019, 75% in 2020. Now these are adults, so these are 2.5 plus. As far as yearlings go, we did capture some yearlings, and it turns out that none of the yearlings were pregnant, which is typically normal of most elk populations. That would be very rare for a yearling to breed, so that's not unusual. And interestingly enough, the pregnancy rate of the adults is basically the pregnancy rate of the animals that were released in Tennessee to begin with. So in other words, pregnancy rates have maintained high. They continue to be high, and so that's a really good thing. Now, how does that relate to the progesterone metabolites in the feces? So we can see a definite difference between pregnant and non-pregnant, and you can see in those two graphs. There's a little bit of overlap where we can't tell for sure, but what it boils down to, the bottom line, if you look at the bottom bar, 38.4% were not pregnant, but of course that does include yearlings. That's the one thing we can't do, is tell age on these animals. There were 8% that we couldn't determine because they were in that fuzzy area, but 54% of the pellet groups we picked up on the landscape that we knew were females. We knew which female they were. We knew they were pregnant. So that's, even if it was 54%, that's actually pretty high. And of course we know that's higher because we know that that includes yearlings, and so we can't tell. We did throw in some males just to make sure that couldn't pick up high progesterone, and as you expect, they were low. So the bottom line is, I do feel like it's been a blessing, and thank you all for your support and help to continue this research. And I think it's going to really add to the management possibilities of elk on the landscape. And we're basically in the process of finalizing our data analysis, and we plan to publish some journal articles that will be available to elk biologists at the North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area, but also across the country. And so we're real excited about that. Also, we're continuing some new work. Daly's going to be leading up the acoustic monitoring, which put out some acoustic monitors across the landscape to pick up when they start bugling, how long they bugle, when they end bugling. So we hope to have some of that data here soon.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mueller. This elk program certainly was started long before anybody on this commission was on board, but it's the model program, in my opinion. I know some of the commissioners that were around when they released the elk in 2000 and took their young children up to East Tennessee, and it just proves that just the proper research and execution has great success, and we really appreciate it. I'll ask any of the commissioners if they have any questions, and those questions stand between us and a restroom break. So, Wally, we'll limit you to 1 minute, Wally, so. Monty, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Monty, go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hey, again, thank you for all your hard work on this. Quick question. Land Between the Elks, LBL, I know it was taken over by U.S. Forestry. I had the opportunity to go over there with TWRA years ago and do some elk work. What's their heritage, real quick, and what, I know that we've still got elk over there now, and what?
Sure. Great question, and I will say, I'm sorry I couldn't advance the slides before I get to your question, if you don't mind. I do want to say, oh, okay. I do want to do a quick thank you, because really I do appreciate TWRA's support. I appreciate the people at North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area. This couldn't have been done. Of course, there's all these entities that have been involved with this project over time, so I do want to shout out that. And so really there's been a lot of people involved, and even our counterparts in Kentucky have been helpful. So thank you for letting me jump in there. As far as your question goes, that is an excellent question about the stocking source of Land Between the Lakes, because they are ultimately Elk Island. So those animals came from Elk Island as well. And we know which animals came from the north and the south in Land Between the Lakes. And then Land Between the Lakes was actually used as well to stock some of Tennessee and the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. So, you're welcome.
Mr. Wood, you got a question?
Thank you for that comprehensive report. I had one question. You'd mentioned that 12 of the elk had mixed, and you got that from DNA testing. Was that from mixed with north versus south, or with the Kentucky elk?
Excellent question. We have picked up a little bit of Kentucky in that mixture, but it is the north-south primarily. So we're hoping that we'll get to see more mix with Kentucky, sure enough, and that's what we're hoping to see.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Wright?
Thanks for your presentation. It's just fascinating, great data. I just had a question about the meningeal worm. It seemed like a pretty high cause of mortality. Is there any management techniques or treatment options that we're using or can use?
That is such a great question. It really is. And there was some concern originally across the eastern U.S. if we could ever have elk again, because meningeal worm is so prevalent. And it's a weird parasite because it actually goes through a snail, and it has to go through a snail to be infective. And so if we could get rid of the snails, but of course that's not ecologically feasible. And realistically, probably 95% of the whitetails have this parasite, and we can't get rid of it. It's weird that it doesn't bother whitetails, and that it does bother some elk. Some elk seem to be more resistant than others, but overall, people have tried burning fields to see if you could, cut back the snail populations. And Kentucky, in many of their areas, the elk are more in the open fields, in the center of the open fields. The whitetails are more on the edges of the fields, and that's where your snails are going to be highest. In Tennessee, we don't have as many giant open areas that they could escape the whitetails and the snails. So,
Anybody else? Well, thank you again, Dr. Mueller.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I jumped in your questions and your acknowledgements, but
oh, no.
I thought you were finished, and anyway, these.
Oh, no.
It takes a village to pull
It does
this
take a
off,
village.
and you could see by this and your previous list that it's a job well done, and we love the continued success of the elk population. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for being here. I
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Will you be able to come back next year and do another?
Be glad to.
That'd be wonderful. We really appreciate the data. This is incredible information. Thank you. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. Let's be back at, say, around 2:35. Thank you.
There you go. get into the duck stuff.
All right. Do I need to wait?
No, I'll go ahead.
All right, welcome, we're back in, back to order here. Since we went out of order, I wanted to go ahead and welcome our guests and visitors. I didn't get to do that this morning, so I want to go ahead and recognize them. We've got, you heard Dr. Lisa Muller from University of Tennessee, Daley Metz from University of Tennessee, Tiffany Maxedon, Molly Wilson.
They're not guests, are they?
They're together. They come as one, really. They're a team. The power team. Mr. and Mrs. Clarence died, and if y'all have not had an opportunity to have their salsa, you're really missing out on life. It's really good. Thank you. I hadn't tried the strawberry jelly yet, but thank y'all for bringing that. Let's see. Crystal Young, North American Caviar, and Clay Young over there. Thank y'all for being here. Scott Reese with UT Extension 4-H over there. Mark Rogers, Tennessee Co-op Fish Unit, USGS, Tennessee Tech. Brad Cohen with Tennessee Tech. Mike O'Deal with Public Hunts. Eddie Clark, Tennessee Farm Bureau. Saw him earlier. Mr. Chris Nishon, TWF. Saw him earlier. Hello. And Representative Paul Sherrill. We heard him speak earlier. So thank y'all for being here. Appreciate y'all taking time out of your day to join us. So thank you so much. I'm going to call on our Chairman of Fisheries.
We gotta finish wildlife.
Oh, do we have to finish wildlife?
Yeah, well, you know,
I saw duck blind. I was
we
like,
can
can I
just
skip
skip right
that?
over Josh.
Must have been like something back in my mind. I don't know.
Did Brad Cohen identify himself? Where is he?
Yes, where is he at?
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
All right,
Great, thank you.
Jason,
Go
we'll wrap up the wildlife, and Jason Maxedon has got a wonderful report on our update on our duck blinds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Today, we're going to do an update on public land duck hunting, and we're going to be talking about the Tier 1 process, and going to go through and tell you mainly a lot of statistics about what happened with the Tier 1 drawing. We're going to go over the notice of intent results, and then we're going to talk about the blinds that will be converted to Tier 4, and then give you an update on where we are with the blind build-out process for the Tier 2 blinds. So there were 439 Tier 1 sites or 60-day structures that we drew for. There were 16,098 applicants that applied for these, and 15,219 of these were residents, with 879 being non-residents. We issued 1,109 permits that were awarded for those blinds. So let's look at the distribution or the way that breaks down. On the left-hand side, you're going to see the applicants, and we broke that down by region for you. So of the 16,098, 40% of those came from Region 1, 43% from Region 2, 7% from Region 3, 5% from 4, and then 5% were out of state. Now, when you look at how those were allocated, the permittees that were issued of the 1,109, 23% of those came from Region 1, 53% from Region 2, 10% from Region 3, 9% from Region 4, and 5% from out of state. Those numbers shouldn't really be shocking when you think about the folks that are from the Region 2 area, just the metropolitan areas. You've got a lot more distribution of people there, and then also the old Hickory WMA, there's 141 sites of those, and those are located in the Region 2 area. So let's break it down by WMA. So remember, you were able to put in for 24 hunt choices, and if you really wanted, you could put in for multiple WMAs, but if you're really just a reelfoot hunter, you could put in 24 times for that WMA. So when we calculated up the WMAs that most people applied for, they come in this order. Reelfoot was number 1, Camden Unit 1 was 2, Barkley, Tigard, and then Cheatham. And if you think about individuals that applied, applicants by counties where they were from, the most individuals that applied were from Montgomery, then Davidson, O'Bine, Williamson, and Dixon. And then let's look at the way that those were awarded. Davidson, Sumner, Montgomery, Rutherford, and Wilson. So I mentioned there was 439 sites that we drew for Tier 1s. 437 of those were allocated. That means 437 blinds were actually issued. I'll get into 2 that weren't in just a second, but let's break down how those were allocated. There was 364 that were issued their first choice. There was 261 individuals that were issued blinds, and then 176 were in parties. Let's break down the non-residents. There's been quite a few questions about how many non-residents there were. There were 61 non-residents drawn and they will be in 36 different blinds when you break it down that way, 16 in parties. Only 2 of these parties were all non-residents, and then 20 individuals, and most of these were at Reelfoot WMA. Now, this is not uncommon. We're still at about the same level at about 5%. And the way this works, usually there's a family member or a friend that would sign on historically with that. So there's really nothing that's any different for this year with non-residents that have applied. This breaks it down even more. Whenever you look at the graph on the bottom there, we break it down by party members. So a party member of 1, there was 261 of those awarded. Party members of 2 were 40, 3, 19, 4, 24, 5, 27, 6, 17, 7, 14, and then lastly, a party size of 8, there was 35 of those awarded. So notice of intent, something that was new this year with the computer draw was you had to file a notice of intent. We wanted to know if you wanted that blind and if you would be coming, and that was due by August the 9th. This was put out whenever you would get your blind that was awarded. You would get an email saying that you had to do this by this date, and then we sent a follow-up on the 5th and also the 8th of August to tell you that you had to file that notice of intent if you wanted to hunt that blind for the season. So 39 sites are going to revert to Tier 4. Now, I mentioned a minute ago that there was going to be 2 that were not awarded. So out of the 439, there was only 2 that didn't get selected. They were in somebody's 24 hunt choices, but earlier in their choice, they were awarded a blind. So those were the only 2 that weren't selected, and we think that's pretty good considering you had 439 sites and only 2 of them didn't get allocated at the end. So as far as the ones that didn't file their notice of intent, 24 people failed to claim their permit. They didn't file anything. 13 did send in a decline saying, no, I don't want the blind. And 31 were in a party of 1.
Can I ask a question, or do you want to wait till?
Let's go through the whole thing. There's
Okay.
going to be a lot of.
So this is a breakdown of that. I don't know if that'll help you, Commissioner Cox, but this shows what's happening. So at Gooch Unit A, there was 25 blinds that were drawn for. 1 of those will revert to a Tier 4. Taggart, there's 15. 1 of those will revert to a Tier 4. Reelfoot, 66 were drawn for. There's 5 there that will revert to Tier 4. And then you can just see going down the list, with the most being at Old Hickory, just because there's 141 sites there that are drawn for. So 13 of those in Unit 1, and then 3 in Unit 2. All right, so that's all the statistics for the Tier 1 system. Let's move on to the Tier 2 blind
Jason, why don't we
delivery.
take questions on Tier 1 first?
Sure.
And then we'll go to Tier 2. Commissioner Cox, do you have a question?
Yeah, you kind of answered it. The 24 that were, or the ones that were not taken or turned down, the ones that are not taken, is there any reason? I mean, why would they apply for it and then not take it?
This is not unusual. So whenever you go through, let's go back to the handheld draw procedure. A lot of your low pick blinds, the last ones, a lot of times they don't get blinds built on those. So several of these sites don't currently have a blind on there, and that's some of the reasons they didn't take them. Now, some of them may be from further off. There's just multiple reasons why they wouldn't take that. I can't answer all those, but that is not something that's not normal.
And repeat what you said, those will go into Tier 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
They will revert to Tier 4.
One question, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And Jason, the ones that go into Tier 4, that revert to Tier 4, do we have a plan to recycle those back to Tier 1 next season, or?
That will be at the will of the commission. The answer is yes, you have that. We can revert those back to Tier 1 next season.
Depending on the site, it may not be desirable, et cetera.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That was
my question. Anybody else? All right, Jason, carry on to Tier 2.
Okay, Tier 2 blind delivery. There's been a lot of questions, and to tell you the truth, I'm trying to answer every question that we've seen posted on the website or internet, so we're trying to hit on everything that people have questions about. So the Tier 2 blind delivery, that's actually occurring this week. I'll go through a couple of slides and show some things that are happening. But this season, the 2021 season, we'll have 28 blinds that will be built and delivered and placed on site. The first blind installation is actually occurring this week, and then there will be 14 blinds that will be delivered during the 2022 season. And we didn't do those this year because there's a good blind on site, and we didn't want to tear that good blind down to go ahead and do that this year. This is Gooch WMA. These were coming in. This was on Monday morning of this week. They're bringing in some of the materials, and they're unloading some of the docks and kind of I'll show a little schematic that'll give you a better view or a picture. We really don't have a blind that's completely put together to show you on site at this time. But these blinds that are going to Gooch and Reelfoot will be floating blinds. This is a schematic of that. It's going to be 10 feet wide in the front and 24 feet long. The shooting deck will be 4 feet wide. There will be a kitchen area in the back that's 6 feet. There will be a half wall placed in this blind where there will be a tabletop and a bench in the back where you can stay warm or cook if you want. There will be a dog box placed on the left end, and then the open in the middle is the boat shed or boathouse where you drive in. Now, this particular blind, if you look on the back side on the schematic without the metal on it, the reason it looks so wide, there's going to be float docks under there. But again, just Reelfoot and Gooch WMAs will have floaters. The rest of the WMAs will have stationary blinds that will be built on those. Be the same schematic, basically. They'll be 24 feet long and 10 feet wide in the front portions, and then whatever size boat shed, it'll be different for each area, just trying to build whatever that site needs. Here's a short video from yesterday at Tiger at WMA, some of the staff trying to maneuver to get it in the shallow water. As you can see, to get a completed blind put together back there would be pretty tough to get it up this channel. So people have said, what blinds are going to be put on site this year? That answers that question. This is our blind delivery dates on the left, so August 16th through 27. We plan on getting Gooch and Tigert completed. So at Gooch, it will be blind sites 28, 30, 31, 35, and then Tiger at A4. Then the week of August 23rd through 27th will be Reelfoot. You'll notice there's an asterisk beside 8. We originally planned to have 4 there. One of those, the blind was in such bad shape, we decided to go ahead and fix it this year. So there's going to be 5 at Reelfoot. Camden Unit 1 will be 107 and 133. West Sandy will be 4 and 25. And then September 7th through 10th will be Barkley 8 and 9, Haynes Bottom 121, 123. And then the week of September 13th through 17th will be Cheatham 14 through 17. And then so on September 20th through 24 will be Old Hickory Unit 1, 24 and 29. AEDC will be 26, 28, 30, and 31. Here's another slide just of the guys trying to get the blinds in yesterday at Tigert. They'll bring these in again in pieces and then try to assemble them there, but just trying to maneuver to get through some of the cypress trees to get them back in. This is the crew that's doing that. Very thankful. I do want to recognize not only our wildlife and law enforcement crews, but our engineering division, our crew, Jennifer Wisniewski's crew. This has been a great effort with all of our staff, just all working hard, coming together to be able to get these projects completed. So we're going to talk about this in phases. So phase 1 is getting all those blinds on site by October the 1st. That's what our vendor is contracted to do. There'll be penalties if they don't get them on there after the October 1st deadline. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is installation of amenities, things like tabletops, benches, boat shed amenities. So on the stationary blinds, there will be drop-down decks. There will be ladders to get in those because some of those blinds will be taller. And then there will be stand-up shooting boxes in some of those. And this is for blinds where you can shoot over the back of that blind. So we'll have boxes where you'll be able to stand up and shoot over the back. That's phase 2. Phase 3 is the brushing. There's been some questions about what's it going to cost us to get these brushed. The brushing bids came in this week. We've not finalized the bids, but they've come in anywhere from $800 to $1,200 per blind, and it varies in price because of what kind of trouble it could be. If you can imagine trying to get to some of the blinds that you just saw on Tigert, you're going to have to make multiple boat loads with brush versus some of the sites like at Gooch where you can just drive up to them with a truck and trailer, offload the brush and put it on. That's why the cost varies there. So brushing is going to occur from now through November 15th. The blinds that we will not be building, the ones that are already there, we'll start brushing those as early as next week, and we hope to have all brushing completed by November the 15th. We've got staff on standby to assist as needed with this as well. Now, going on to the Tier 2 and 3 application periods, that's what comes next. And so the early season draw, we're going to be drawing every 20 days. We designed it this way to be able to draw closer to help reduce the risk of no-shows at those areas. And the early season draw will open on October the 6th, close on October 26th. Results will be out November 1st, and then the notice of intents are due on November the 8th. And you can see the other dates for the mid and the late season draw. Last one will be completed on December the 27th. All right, so in summary, we feel like the Tier 1 drawing was very successful. All but 2 were issued. 37 will revert to Tier 4. Then if you add the other 2, it'll be a total of 39 that will go to Tier 4. Now, many of these already don't have blinds on site, so keep that in mind. Last year, there was 14,425 applicants that applied by computer versus this year at 16,098, so that's 11% increase. We've got a lot of positive feedback. There's been a lot of folks that are military or folks that are working out of town that said, hey, I love the computer draw. Thank you for implementing it. It gave me an opportunity to put in when I didn't get to before with just a Saturday draw. All the Tier 2 blinds are on the schedule that we put out. Looks like everything is going to get met. Plan to have all those installed and completed by October the 1st. The amenities will come after that, and then the brushing will occur through the 15th of November. And then lastly is everything is projected to be completed on the Tier 2 and 3 application periods with no issues expected. Be glad to entertain any questions.
Jason, I speak for the whole commission. I think they'll have some questions, but job well done. And to all your staff, great job. So open it up to any questions. Mr. Cox, Commissioner Cox?
Gosh, you call them and I forgot how the application and the awarding or the permittees, a lot of the concern was that East Tennessee would apply and take a lot of the permits from the West Tennessee hunters and all that. That doesn't seem to be what happened. How does it compare to last year and year before last in the handheld drawings as far as the percentage of applicants and permittees and where they're from? Do you know?
Yeah, we do. Susie's got some of that. Now, keep in mind, it's hard to break that down. It's kind of like comparing apples to oranges because before you had the handheld draw versus the computer draw. And we are going to see an increased number of folks that we think that are going to put in just because they like not having to drive across the state to be able to put in for that.
But it just seems like one of the concerns of West Tennessee duck hunters was that you'd have a lot of East Tennessee people put in for them and take their opportunity away and then not come to hunt and leave those blinds open. But that doesn't seem to be what's
Terry, can you go back to that
what's
slide
happened
about, I think it's the
because of
third
the
or the
number of
fourth.
applicants.
I think it's slide 3 or 4. It's going to show by region. It'll show the breakdown, and I can talk off it a little bit better, but let's advance like 3 in.
It just seemed
Right
like
here.
one of the criticisms didn't
So,
materialize.
Yeah, this shows, by region where they came from. So you can see it's not that many from 3 and 4. Hopefully that'll answer your question, Commissioner Cox.
Yep.
But it's 7% of all the applicants. That's out of the 16,098 from 3 and 5% from 4. And then you can see how they were allocated.
Thank you.
Jason, when we first started this bidding process, I thought we had talked about the company that we was getting them from installing them.
They are. We are assisting with trying to help them get the stuff there, but they're actually doing the installation.
Well, I didn't see any in that video.
They
looks like it's all us.
We're helping. We're gonna pull this off and make sure it's done right. So we're assisting, helping them get the pieces in there. But I assure you, they're there and they'll be putting them together.
I just want to tell you how incredible y'all have been on this. This is over exceeded my expectations, and I really appreciate the hard work and dedication y'all put into this, and it's moving along really fast. So I think this was discussed. I just want to make sure that we have guide services or guide on the website if someone from out of town does come or needs some assistance to help those guides out and help the individuals out.
We do. Jennifer is gonna get that on there. It's not on there at this time, but we've got to reach out to all the guides and make sure that they don't care if we post their name and their contact information.
Okay.
So we're in that process, and once we get that will be posted in a couple places on our website where if somebody wants a guide to take them out, they will be able to do that. They'll be able to contact a guide off of that list. We won't recommend a certain one, we'll just have a list.
Right.
And then those individuals can pick them off that list.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, again, great job. Very impressed with everything you all have done on this. 2 things I was going to say. I would love to see TWRA do something to show at the end of the season the financial impact on the communities as far as heads in beds and what this does for as revenue coming into the county as far as somebody getting a 3-day or 4-day draw on a Tier 2 blind, and they're coming in and buying gas and buying hotel rooms and how that benefits the community, just like a bass tournament or anything else that we hold. I would love to see us to be able to do that and have some solid data at the end of the season to show that a 1-day draw doesn't, actually produce the same amount of revenue as this does over a 60-day period, one. And then two, we still have, the commission has the ability to make changes or tweak this any way we need to at the end of the 60-day season this year, sometime between end of the season, over the summer, or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We can make those changes before next hunting season and tweak the system any way we need to, however we see fit, that would better it, if it needs it at all.
Yes, sir. You have the ability to change the tier designation. And we are going to do a postseason survey that will collect some of the information that you're asking about, and we're working on possibly doing an in-season survey. We don't want to interfere with people's hunts, but we may do a little small, kind of like what we do with our creel surveys. We may go in and actually do some surveys during
Great.
season to try to gather some of that
And you
information.
can get your financial data then too, maybe.
Yes, sir.
So, all right. Thank you. Great work, Deputy Director.
Brian, Steve?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jason for the detail and the transparency that's been exhibited, and the feedback from several of the concerned representatives and those in different areas that expressed the issues that they thought were going to happen have been addressed by the transparency, and that they were happy with how things were being done and the approach that was taken to make this a success. So I just want to pass that on.
Thank you, sir.
Jason, once again, thank you for a wonderful job and presentation, and I think, Madam Chairman, that ends the Wildlife Committee's report for today.
Thank you, Chairman Granberry. At this time, I'd like to call on Mr. Kent Woods, Fisheries Manager.
And I'd like to call on Frank Fiss for his presentation.
All right. Thank you, Chairman, Madam Chairman. Today I'm going to give two presentations, one on the commercial fishing proclamation preview and one on the sport fishing proclamation preview. And I just want to remind everyone, I've got a lot more slides than normal, but remember, it's been 2 years since we've gone through this process. So bear with me, and I'm going to give you as much detail as I think we need. We're going to give more detail in our report that the public can see if they want to have comments on these. But if you have any questions, obviously, you'll let me know. So we'll jump in on the commercial. The timeline on the commercial process is we have our May biologist meeting when our biologists bring in regulations that would affect commercial fisheries. Then in June every year, we meet with the Commercial Fishing Advisory Committee, which is currently chaired by Clay Young, who's in the audience today. And that group of 9 people that are in the fishing industry help us. We tell them what regulations are coming. They give us feedback. They ask for things that they'd like to see. And it's been very productive since that's been in place. So today I'm just going to preview where we're at with their proposals and our proposals. And following this, there'll be a comment period through September 14th. And then you will vote, hopefully, on this proclamation next month. So there were 3 TWRA proposals that were brought to the CFAC meeting, and that was one to allow a 600-yard net to be used in a whip set setting for carp fishing. Another was to increase access to the Camden WMA for fishing, especially for carp. And lastly, to allow the use of hoop nets that have wire frames. And all these were supported by the Commercial Fishing Advisory Committee. So I'll go through these one by one. Currently, commercial fishers can only use a 300-yard net, and there is an opportunity to use a longer net in a whip setting that would increase efficiency on harvesting carp. Our intent is for only carp fishers to use this. We would limit it to those water bodies listed where we have carp, and carp people are fishing for carp in our HIP program. Now, since I've prepared this presentation, I've learned that we're not going to be able to focus it solely on members of the HIP program, so we've got other language we're going to use to make it carp specific. Basically, only fish that can be harvested using this much larger net would have to be carp. And to increase the safety of this net, the floats will have to be on this net every 50 yards. The next topic was to increase the access to the Camden WMA. That's that green blob there. It's currently accessible by boat when it's flooded, but we know there's fish in there, and we think there'd be benefit. There's some interest from commercial fishers to get in there. So what we are saying is that we would allow them to use the WMA in April through August 31st, well away from duck season and the refuge's purpose, and limit it to only in April and May, when there are a lot of fishermen in this part of the area. They would be limited to nighttime work, after 1 hour after sunset to 6 a.m. in the morning. And here's the metal framed hoop net. Our current definition doesn't allow the use of wire of any kind. The current manufacturing of hoop nets involves using wire as an internal frame. We don't see any problem with this as long as those openings on the internal frame are 6 inches by 6 inches or larger. So that's some of the TWRA's, our staff's proposals, and here are the 5 proposals that the Commercial Fishing Advisory Committee had. I'll just list them and I'll go through them one at a time. Add more or get more access to Cross Creeks, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Refuge, and White Oak WMA. Add time to fish embayments on Kentucky, Barkley, and Pickwick Lakes. Allow more harvest of catfish over 34 inches. Limit harvest to only gravid female paddlefish in East Tennessee during that season. And the 5th one is to start the Mississippi River paddlefish season earlier and allow more nets. I'll go through these 5 now. To open Cross Creeks, it was an issue for us. It is managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We made some calls to inquire to ask what it would look like to even ask that question, and we were told that we would have to submit formal approval requirements. There'd be like environmental impact questions that would have to be answered, and if it got approved, they would have to do some sort of permit system for the fishermen in that fishery. I think it is too heavy a lift really for everyone involved to get in there. We don't need the carp out of that piece of water. You know, there's plenty of other places to fish for carp. It's not limiting our projects there at this time. And we can revisit it another year, but just there was no way it could get done with the federal timeline within our commission's timeline to get this approved. So we don't support this Cross Creeks request. They also asked to get have more access to White Oak WMA, and it is currently accessible only when the river is up and it's flooded, and it's an 8-mile run from the river to get to the WMA. We're proposing that we would allow access to the WMA from March 15th through August 31st from points within the WMA. In other words, they could use the ramps or other ways to get on the water in the WMA without having to travel in by river over the levee. And again, during the peak time for fishing in April and May, we would restrict the only commercial fishing that could be going on would be at night, 1 hour after sunset until 6 a.m. And again, we support this request from CFAC. So the next request was to add time in the embayments on Kentucky Lake. We know that these are areas that are very popular fisheries, particularly in April and May on Kentucky Lake for crappie fishing, bass fishing. There's just a lot of activity going on. So for years, we've had this regulation that restricts the commercial fishing to nighttime only. And in the last 2 sessions where we changed the proclamation, we actually added more time to this to get it to where it is now to allow the full 12 hours. It was actually at least 2 to 2.5 hours shorter 3 years ago. So we've come this far to allow 12 hours. The CFAC is requesting 5 additional hours. They would like to start at 4 in the afternoon and be off the water by 9 a.m. We do not support this proposal. This segregation in time between commercial fishers and sport fishers has served a purpose for us for many years, and I think we're bumping up against a point where we're going to start to see the conflicts we don't want to see. We're going to see more people running over nets. We're going to see more people arguing about space. I don't think, especially when you think about this 600-yard net with active fishing, there really should be no reason to have surprise nets that have more fish that would require more time to get off the water. So we really don't think there's a need, or while there may be a need from the commercial fisherman's point of view, we don't think it's worth the risk of creating the conflict, because we're doing all this work on carp to make fishing better and keep fishing good for our sportsmen, and we don't want to exclude them in the process. The next proposal was to allow more harvest of larger catfish. The current commercial fishing regulation is that they're allowed to have 1 catfish over 34 inches, and it cannot be kept alive. There's no harvest restrictions on catfish under 34 inches, and so there's unlimited harvest of those fish. The CFAC provided 2 requests. Either they would like to take 3 catfish over 34 inches and keep the no limit under 34 inches, or allow no catfish over 40 inches and keep the limit of unlimited harvest under 40 inches. So both of these scenarios result in more harvest of catfish over 34 inches. We don't have a problem right now that we're trying to, from the fisheries team side, that we want to correct. So we don't want to tinker with this regulation at this time. So we don't support this proposal. Lastly, it was the request to restrict harvest of paddlefish over 38 inches, which is the size limit of fish that have eggs. So the paddlefish fishery is a roe fishery. The eggs are what it's all about when it comes to the profits. And we have a sustainable roe fishery in Tennessee, and we're happy to have it. And the fishermen that are fishing in East Tennessee want to take it a step further and make sure that any female paddlefish that are harvested don't accidentally get harvested if they don't have eggs. And when we back up a second, female paddlefish they don't make eggs every year. They will go 2, 3, 4, 5 years between spawning. So there's years when they're not they're not valuable for roe. So they don't want them to get harvested and taken out in a year when the next year they could be worth a lot more money than they are as meat fish. So the commercial fishers that are in East Tennessee say, we would like to try this. And the way they know if the fish have eggs or not is they're supposed to carry a pretty large gauge syringe, and a needle and syringe, and check for eggs. And they're all proficient at this. They can do this, and they ask to do this, have this limitation on themselves. So we're willing to give it a try if they want to do it. But we supported that proposal. Oh, this is the last one here. So currently there's a paddlefish season on Mississippi River, and it starts in November 14th and goes to April 15th, and they're allowed, to, like everywhere in the state, to only fish 12 nets a day. The recommendation that we have is to change the season to open it 2 weeks earlier. And the reason we're recommending that is Eric Gaines, our commercial fishing coordinator, is working with other states, and are looking at water temperatures on the Mississippi River. And by November 1st, the Mississippi River is always at 58 degrees or less. So it's a safe time to be sustainably catching and releasing fish that you're not intending to harvest. So other states are in agreement with us, and more importantly, we like this data, and we want to propose it for November 1st. And the second request was from CFAC, where they would like to fish 15 nets instead of just 12 on the Mississippi River. I'll have to admit, I've worked the Mississippi River. It's a big river. 3 more nets really aren't going to hurt anything. And there is, only limited places to put those nets. So we don't think this will change the sustainability of the Mississippi River paddle fishery. So we support that proposal and our own proposal, of course. So with that, those are all the commercial fishing recommendations. The ones that the agency supports, we would put in the public comment for comment. The ones that we didn't, unless we hear differently from the commission today, we would not include in that comment process. And I'd take any questions.
Is the fishing on the Mississippi River nighttime fishing?
No, it's no. It's just anytime.
I had, excuse me, Frank, I was going to ask, I had a conversation last time I went out a couple of weeks ago with Clay on that 600-yard net. And I may have to ask Clay, because refresh me on our conversation about the 600-yard net. Is there limitations where what we were talking about, where you could put the net? I mean, can we, you were talking about blocking a cove off like we do with the whip, and then running. Is that what you were worried about on the 600-yard net? Yeah, can you come up, Clay? I know. Can they block the cove off?
Look, the current rule or regulation is they cannot block the rule that they're only allowed 3/4 of the channel, and that's not, to save fish. It's to keep navigation open, so people have a right to go through that channel.
Sure.
Mainly, what we'll still do is how you've seen us end, and then we start another net kind of out on the outside of it. The 600 yards just keeps you from having to put 5 different nets. It'll get us all the way across. So
what we're proposing would meet your
yes.
the needs of the commercial fishermen to own the Asian carp.
Yes. Only one question. I don't mean to interrupt here, but the bycatch on that, I know that y'all were speaking about. It would only be carp. I mean, we catch some buffalo. You might have a couple cat. You've been with me. It's not a lot, but it's a few catfish. Not wanting to add paddlefish, but I would like to see that where we could keep, the buffalo and the catfish if you catch them when you're making a whip set. Because if you can't, nobody's going to use it. Thank you.
Yeah, if you'd like me to address that, we have considered. We really wanted to make this a carp only situation. If we were to do it where, let's say, you couldn't use, we're limited to say only carp that are harvested can be used because we're not able to identify them any other way in rule or proclamation. You can't just say, that we don't have a sign-up permit system for the HIP program. And the other thing is, we don't want to unleash a 600-yard net to just anyone that wants to say that anyone that wants to use one. We want them specifically used for carp. And I get it that there's not a lot of bycatch in the carp fishery. I know that, but we don't want that to change either. We don't want people to be trying to use it for different things. We're going to limit it to the places where we have carp. That's why we're doing that. We don't need to see a 600-yard net in Chickamauga Lake. We're not at that point in problems there at all. We really don't want, we want this focused on carp. And that's why we were willing to put a 600-yard piece of net in the water in the first place.
Right. Yeah. And I agree with you, and I understand that. But I don't know how you would run a net. I just went out a couple of weeks ago.
Well, the nice thing about it is that it is an active, the whip set, it doesn't really define it. It's an active set. The person would have to be attending the net. It's not like it's out overnight and they're bringing it up in the morning and the fish are all, maybe dying. These fish should be fresh. If they catch a sport fish, they got to let it go. If they catch a smallmouth buffalo, they let it go. And they can have any number of other nets out that same night if they want to catch those other species.
So you're saying you can, if you have other nets out, you could keep buffalo
in those nets.
In those nets, but you can't keep buffalo in the 600-yard net?
That would be our intent, yes, the way we're set up right now. Or we don't have to do a 600-yard net either. We can stay at the
I'm
300.
for the 600-yard net.
Okay.
I just don't.
And I think they need it, but I don't see the letting buffalo go in the 600-yard net when.
Well, any of the regulations that we have, we generally keep them tight to what we're doing. It's like, well, yeah, well, I caught a short bass. It's under the reg. It's okay, right? Because it's anytime we slide on these things, we open up potential issues that we don't even foresee. And we want to take this very carefully when we put this much net in the water. And we're only allowing each fisherman to have one. Another thing we could do is say, if you're fishing for paddlefish, then you can only fish paddlefish nets during paddlefish season. I don't want to do that because I know we got a lot of overlap between paddle fishermen and commercial carp fishers. So, I mean, I think we've been real proactive every step of the way trying to do this. I think the next natural step is to just, I'm afraid someone's going to just start targeting a smallmouth buffalo with them, and then
Right.
we're not going to get the benefit of the carp.
Let me ask you this. So if you pull up on a boat, a commercial fishing boat, and they've got buffalo and carp in the boat, I mean, you don't know which net they caught them out of, do you?
I'm
Unless
not an
they're
officer,
actively-
but they may know if they watch them.
Right, right. Okay.
Just one thing. You've been with me when we do as we're calling it, an active whip set. It's anywhere from 800 to 2,500 yards. It's just separate nets. I don't see the point in giving us a 600 if they've got to throw their buffalo or a cat back. Because, I mean, that's how they're making their living. It's kind of making them, and also, I don't see how you could tell the difference. We're going to block it off here and then have all these other nets, the T-nets and the curls on the end. We're going to be able to keep the buffalo out of that and not out of the 600. I don't know. I mean, most of the time, anybody that's using this and doing a whip set, they're carp fishermen. There's 4 of us that actually whip fish. So, just wanted to make that statement.
Showing my ignorance, are floats required on the 300-yard nets?
There's a float required on the one end, particularly the carp nets here. I'm looking at Eric to make sure there's at least one float has to be showing, but we don't make them float the whole 300 yards.
Okay, so
They're often sunken, and they know to keep them off the bottom and keep them off the surface.
Okay, so you're saying that on a 600-yard net, you have to have floats every 50 yards?
Actually, anything from 300 yards to 600 yards. Anything over 300, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So is the purpose of the floats to identify where the nets are, or to, what's the purpose of the floats on the larger
It's to
net?
alert boaters that might be in the area navigating and, that wouldn't see the net.
So are those nets usually on a straight line, or I noticed the picture
They're more typically fished up to the surface, so carp can't go over them, and so they're going to be more in the zone where a boat might hit them. And they're also set into a number of designs to corral fish, very very strategically, and they're pretty innovative. They're coming up with stuff all the time on
Yeah.
that.
So I might ask this of the commercial fishermen. If that's the intent, wouldn't, 50 yards is a long span. It looks to me like, from a common sense approach, if that's what we're trying to do to identify placement of the net, we'd want to have them a little closer together, maybe 30 or 35 yards. I mean, that's just a question.
Just on the water with the guys that have experience, like thinking of 30 yards in this room and thinking of it on the middle, out in a large embayment, it looks, the reference is different. I think 50's fair enough for now.
Yeah, I mean, we clip them every 20, 25 yards. I don't want a boat to hit my net. So,
Right, well, that was my
as we're flying
concern.
it out,
If
I've
you,
got a guy standing up there just clipping as fast as he can
Yeah.
while it's going out, and we've always done that. So,
okay. Thank you.
all right.
All right, thank you. I've got another presentation for you if you like that one. All right. Now I'll jump into the sport fishing proclamation preview. And again, we're on a different timeline for the sport fishing proclamation. We, of course, last year we did public meetings during 2020 via Zoom and got some public comment there, but not any more than we normally would. We had our public comment period this April, and we had about 38 participants. Yeah, I want to remind everybody that that comment period is part of a process, but is by no means the process. The engagement that our staff and every division have with fishermen throughout the year is far more valuable. We hear from fishermen all the time, and that influences our management goals and desires for these water bodies. We had our meeting in May where we bring our proposals together and talk about them and criticize them and try to make sure we're doing the best thing for the resource. And today I'm going to preview the proposals that we want to make for the two proclamations that will be affected. And there'll be a comment period on these recommendations that would be due by September 14th. And we will bring these back to you, we'll bring the proposals back to you as proclamations in October for a vote. Okay, the first proposal is to change the crappie creel limit from 30 to 20 fish per day on Barkley Lake. We changed the creel limit on Kentucky Lake about in 2017. We did that. And we currently have our neighbors to the north in Kentucky have a 20 fish creel limit. Barkley is sitting there with a 30. Fishermen are saying it's confusing, it could be clearer, we'd like to see it change. And we don't have a problem with it. It doesn't really affect the biology of the system. Very few fishermen actually catch over 20 fish on the average fisherman on the average trip. It's like less than 2% of the people ever catch over 20 fish on a trip. So we're proposing this just to keep things simpler. If you're fishing in Kentucky water or Tennessee water on either reservoir, it's 20 fish per day. And while we were looking at the different regulations between the two states, if we were to drop the smallmouth bass from 18 to 15, that would clear up similar issues in this LBL area. And so we'd like to do that. There's not a very prominent smallmouth bass fishery in Barkley Lake, but just to keep it simpler for those that fish this general area, all the regs would be similar. And again, it's the same as the surrounding state and the Kentucky Lake. Okay, moving far east to the South Holston Reservoir, we want to remove the existing 15 fish per day limit on spotted bass. We've been trying to get spotted bass out of eastern reservoirs for a while just because we were concerned they were out competing more favorable fish. And now we've got an even bigger problem with Alabama bass threatening our resources in all of Tennessee really. So what we're doing is asking that any spotted bass, because it could be an Alabama bass, you can't tell by looking at them, be removed from South Holston Reservoir. And this is the reciprocal agreement with Virginia. And the state of Virginia asked us to do this. They've done this on all their waters to try to help awareness about Alabama bass and really to remove them. So, that's the goal of this regulation. Plus, we weren't really that in favor of having we thought we'd like to control spotted bass in them systems anyway. All right, let's move to two sleeper reservoirs in the southeast, the Chilhowie and Parksville reservoirs. In the recent maybe 6 years, they've been getting a little more well known for yellow perch fishing. And now just pretty much everybody knows about it. So people are coming and they're catching nice yellow perch and it's on. Everyone knows the secret's out, and it's reached a point where we think we would like to put at least a creel limit on the yellow perch population in these two reservoirs. We've got no limit right now. We've seen just some data about what we're seeing in those two populations. On Chilhowie, on both reservoirs, we're seeing increased direct effort. People are driving there to catch yellow perch. And that's exciting. We got up to 26% effort on Chilhowie. But there are people that there's no limit. That means no limit. They're taking a lot of fish, some individuals. And that's raised concerns among the fishermen and the biologists that are concerned that maybe too many yellow perch are coming out. And there have been instances in nearby Virginia where they had a fishery that was doing well and they didn't have any regs on it and it crashed. Doesn't mean this one won't crash, but we'd like to get a regulation on it just to pause and see what we can do with it. Yellow perch have been in this system for over 50 years, but it's only in this last 10 years that we're really seeing more abundant fishable stocks. When we asked anglers on Chilhowie Reservoir if they would support a limit, we had 85% of the yellow perch fishermen said they would support a limit. So we'd like to try this, and we think it's an important step to sustainably manage this fishery. So that will be it, 15 per day. All right, move to Middle Tennessee, or our smaller TWRA fishing lakes. We have had some success on Laurel Hill Lake in that it used to be a bass crowded lake, and now we think we should protect some bass in there. So we don't need to have a 10 fish creel limit. We want to move it to 10 bass per day, but we're going to keep the slot limit of 13 to 18 and allow only one over 18, which is already in place. We're just changing the creel limit there. On Maples Creek Lake and Whiteville Lake, we have a crowding problem of both bass and crappie. So we're removing the creel limit on bass, but we are protecting them over 18 inches. You can only have one per day over 18. And anything goes with crappie, no creel limit. We'd like to remove the 8-inch minimum length limit on crappie in those lakes. On Browns Creek and Glen Springs Lake, we have a similar crappie problem. We want to remove the creel limit and the 8-inch minimum length limits. On the plateau, our fisheries biologists have been working pretty closely with the Tennessee State Parks, and they've looked at their reservoirs and have some recommendations that they think would improve those fisheries. They want to remove the 15-inch, our biologists are recommending that we want to remove the 15-inch minimum length limit on bass at Cumberland Mountain and Standing Stone on those lakes, and establish a 20 fish per day bluegill, red ear sunfish in combo on the lakes at Standing Stone, South Cumberland, and Pickett. And this is in concert with the park managers there. This is a different lake program that we have within the agency. It's a new project that started in the last couple of years, working with our Outreach Communication Division and Fisheries to identify water bodies that are close to people, close to license population centers that have a lot of license holders that have high churn rates. We need to keep them engaged, and we're hoping that this type of fishing that's easy, close by, will keep them engaged. So they started with 1 or 2 lakes, and now they've got, I think we're up to 6 now. We'll see in a minute here, but I can't read those from here, but there's one in Germantown, Nashville, Chattanooga area, Maryville at this point. So these lakes are stocked and with rainbow trout and catfish. So we'd like to have some limits on particularly the catfish and trout, to limit them to 5 fish per day. And there's some other regs that go with it. Just, we only want to see rods and reels and hand poles. I guess handheld lines, Tenkura would, I guess, fall into that. And prohibit snagging trot lines and jugs and cast netting. So these are places that we're managing with partners that are heavily involved. These metro partners that run these lakes are happy to have us work with them on that, and we're happy to have them helping us. All right, another exciting thing that's come back from the 60s was last time we had cutthroat trout in Tennessee, and through help with our national fish hatchery system, that we have some on station at Dale Hollow National Fish Hatchery. And the intent of this is not to revamp our trout program, but just to add a little bit of diversity to what we have. We've identified a few water bodies like Timms Ford, Center Hill, Boone, and Hiwassee rivers. Those are tailwater fisheries that we think we would want to put these fish. We're only shooting to have about 25,000 of these in our system of 2 million trout. So they'd be pretty special fish to catch, and we're learning that they're really hard to raise in at least at Del Hollow right now. So they're having trouble with production. We've only got 10,000 to stock this year. We don't have any for next year because they've already died. But they're going to work that out, and we're going to have cutthroat trout, I promise you. But to have them, we got to have regulations to protect them once they get in the water, and we're going to regulate them just like rainbow trout. So we're going to add them to the list, and anytime we have rainbow trout, we're going to also mention the cutthroat trout. Should be fun. We'll get there. On to another topic is wild trout streams. These are water bodies that have natural reproducing trout, and they're in pretty good densities. We encourage people to fish them. We want people to know about them. We have them listed specifically in the fishing guide to drive people there to have a wild trout experience. We also have regulations on them where they can only have 5 fish per day, and they have to use artificial lures only, single hook. And we're going to add 2 water bodies to this list. Rough Ridge Creek is in Monroe County. It's a good brook trout stream, so we're excited to add it, as is Little Stony Creek, which is one of our restoration projects that is now at a fishable state, and we're happy to put it on the wild trout list. Those 2 would be added on the delayed harvest areas. So these are areas where we have stocked trout, and we create a catch and release season over the winter, and you can only fish artificial lures. And we don't have to stock as many fish because all the fish are getting put back. And it's a good additional asset to all the different things you can do trout fishing in Tennessee. And then once the season is over, you can harvest fish in this water body. So those fish aren't wasted. A lot of times they're in waters that maybe don't hold fish all year. We want to add one in Hamilton County. This will be Big Soddy Creek, and the delayed harvest season would be October 1st through the last day of February. And we need to modify the one on Doe River that's in Roan Mountain State Park. We want to change the opening day from November 1st to October 1st. Give them an extra month, and this actually helps our hatchery manager get fish out of the hatchery to make room for more fish. So this is one of the reasons why we're making this change. Okay, on the Gatlinburg, they have 3 or 4 areas where only children can fish in their program, and the one at Herbert Holt Park, they want to change the boundaries. Currently, it's 100 yards above the entrance to the park, downstream to the bypass bridge. And the new designation that they requested is North Park Lane downstream to Gatlinburg Bypass Bridge. It shortens it up a little bit, but it gives them really nice boundaries so they can manage that fishery cleanly, and everyone knows where they're supposed to be. Okay, gigging is a form of sport fishing that is allowed in most waters, most waters except with some exceptions, below dams and such, but it's allowed most places. And since 1950s, you've not been allowed to gig. You can snag, you can archer or bow hunt fish, but you can't gig fish in Bedford, Lawrence, Giles, those counties listed there. And this is because of an interesting history where over 50, 60 years ago, there was a thriving red horse fishery in that part of the world. It was what everybody was doing. They were harvesting so many of these that they actually had us raising red horse at our trout hatchery to supplement it. And that time is long gone by. There's not going to be that many people running out and gigging. We'd like to clean this stuff, this language out of our proclamation and just eliminate it. So a little clean up there. That's silver red horse, if you were guessing. All right, now I'm going to take a breath, switch gears to the Tellico River. There's a lot going on in the Tellico River always, and next year is going to be off the charts. We've got, we have an intensively stocked river, Tellico River, and Citico Creek in that part of the world, which is down in southeast Tennessee, for lack of a better pinpoint there. And there's a Green Cove Pond that's near the hatchery as well. It's a 2-acre pond. For all of these water bodies, a permit is required. So there's a daily permit that you have to buy to fish between March and certain dates in March and August. And it's a big deal. People do it. We collect probably $75,000 to $100,000 worth of revenue on that permit. And we get a ton of questions about why we need the permit, who needs a permit. It's a big source of confusion as well. So I'll get on to that later. We also manage a delayed harvest there in the Tellico River, which is pretty popular. And last but not least, there are wild trout fisheries up there. So there's a lot of reasons to go up to the Tellico River Valley there and spend time and fish. And here's a map that I copied and then drew the road in. That blue line is the road. And if any part of it looks straight, it's because I couldn't trace well. It is a really crooked road. And it takes 13 miles to get to Tellico Hatchery. You can see Green Cove Pond to the east there and Citico on the far north end. And that red star is, Bald River Falls. There's a bridge there. And that's where our problem lies for for calendar 22. The U.S. Forest Service is got a contractor ready to go to tear up that bridge or renovate it, and it's going to be really hard to get in and out of the Tellico Valley. So much so that the Forest Service has asked us to stop stocking Tellico River during our permit season. And we agree, knowing how congested it is and frankly a little dangerous on a typical Saturday morning in there with all the cars. To imagine having hours-long delays getting in and out of there, what that would do to the people's anxiety in there. I think it's a good idea to not stock the Tellico River. We would also, of course, want to suspend our Tellico Citico permit. There's no reason to charge a permit if we're not going to manage it the way we were. We would continue to stock Citico Creek. And that hatchery that's up in there has got a lot of fish that typically go to Tellico River. We have uses for those fish elsewhere in the system due to some problems we've had at Dale Hollow Hatchery in production this year. And they're going to need the time that they're spending commuting to get into that hatchery around the detour just to maintain the facility, I'm thinking. So that's going to be a big deal. We're recommending that we suspend the permit, and we want to notify the public that we're not going to be stocking for that season. And we are going to be stocking Citico Creek. Move over to Green Cove Pond. I'll give you a little history on that. It is a TWRA-owned property. We stock it with trout. You do need that permit to fish it during that season there when we're stocking it. The only people that can fish it right now are children, seniors, and those with disabilities that hold one of those disability licenses. It's been a source of concern because we get a lot of questions about who can and can't fish there, and what if I'm there with my son or my father and I can't fish. We think we can do better on that, and I'll talk more about that. But it also needs extensive repairs. We have $275,000 set aside for this coming calendar year to work on Green Cove Pond. We're going to start draining it in a few weeks, or not weeks, months. And at that point, it won't be worth, there will be no fish in it. So we won't require a permit to fish it either. It'll probably be closed just with a gate across it. The renovation is going to be, we're going to drain it, we're going to do some minor dredging, replace the pier, we're going to renovate the walkway, and we're going to improve a trail that would go all the way around the pond, which isn't really functional right now. And they're going to improve the ADA access, which has always been the spirit of this location. So what we're proposing for a reopening when that time comes, hopefully the following year, is that we would promote it, we would do such a good job on the ADA work that we would promote it as a moment of freedom access point. We would stock it with trout like we always have and catfish so that people could fish it any time of the year and have the chance of something. And we'd open it to all anglers, let everybody fish together. And we know through our what we learn in R3 literature that when families fish together, they're more likely to go. So we don't want to have it limited anymore. And we're recommending that we permanently remove the permit requirement for that spot as well. And also we'd have to put a catfish limit on it since we're stocking it 5 fish per day. Okay, that's the end of the changes that would happen to the sport fishing proclamation. And I've got one change for the bait fishing proclamation, and that is because the Alabama crayfish is doing so well, it has been removed from the T&E list. Therefore, we're not protecting it in our bait or sport fish proclamations anymore. So we can allow the harvest and use of crayfish from these listed water bodies that are in South, Middle Tennessee. If you can even find these creeks, you're allowed to harvest crayfish from them. These are all really small headwater creeks in those drainages. And because they'll be harvested for bait, it's in the bait proclamation, and it's also in the sport fish proclamation because you can harvest crayfish to eat with your sport fish, as a sport fisher. And that's all I've got.
Any questions?
Frank, you had mentioned rehabbing Green Cove Pond, and also that the feds were redoing the bridge. I'm assuming that road accesses that pond?
Yeah, well, there are other mountain roads that you can get there from there, but most people would go through Tellico Plains and up Tellico River Road to get to that pond. And it will be blocked off by that. I'm not saying that bridge is going to be closed, but they're going to be doing work there and there'll be issues with it.
Will our renovation project be going on the same time the bridge work's going on? And if so, can we access heavy equipment in and out of there with that bridge being under construction?
I'm guessing that'll be a challenge that they'll have to work out, but at least they'll only have to bring that equipment in one time, I'm guessing, as opposed to people trying to come in and out every day.
Okay.
But yeah, there are our hatchery staff are going to be getting there somehow over hill and dale to get down there as well.
I'm just wondering about the equipment, the dredge and all that.
Yeah.
That's generally some big equipment, and just something to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for alerting us to that.
On the South Holston, the Alabama bass is something that we really do not want.
Yes.
Have you ever used a no-cull regulation?
I guess, well, we did, I think we do with muskie or something, or no, paddlefish. We have a no-cull regulation on paddlefish in sport world.
Is that not something you would consider since Alabama bass is so invasive?
It's really hard to make people keep fish that don't want to. I mean, there's some bass fishermen that just don't want to keep them, and we didn't consider that. No, I guess
You
it's
just
a
don't
short
think
answer.
it'd be effective?
I don't think it'd be effective either. I think the value of this regulation is probably more so in drawing attention to the fact that this fish is a problem, so much so that we're willing to change the regulations a little bit. I don't expect people to really make a huge dent in the population either at South Holston, but we did do this particularly at the request of Virginia, just because we're good neighbors and that we co-manage that reservoir with them.
I had a question, Frank, that it doesn't relate to what we're doing, but have we seen an increase in use of the pond and Tellico since Green Cove Inn was renovated? Do we know that? Or would that be a question for tourism or somebody?
Since Green Cove was renovated?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't even started yet. We will start the renovation project this coming year.
I'm talking about the Green Cove Inn where people stay up there.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I asked Mark Thurman, like how are they going to get by when all their businesses presumably is centered on Tellico River? And they're aware, I don't know if anyone else can speak to that, but they're aware of the problem, and I forget what, I don't know if I could call out on Mark Thurman. He seemed to know what they were thinking at Green Cove Inn. Please, is that okay? Mark Thurman's our manager of fisheries on the plateau there.
Your question was related to Green Cove Inn and the renovations there, and
Well, how it'll affect them?
Could you?
For both.
Yeah, has it increased the use of the pond and the river, and
So
how it affect the usage going forward?
That's a really good question. And we've seen a lot of change up in that Tellico River area over the last 5 to 8 years. A lot of our management, we've made a point of really trying to provide the highest quality fishing there. And we kind of feel like that the Green Cove Inn renovations are the result of, all of that's coming together. So they're bringing more people up there, and they're enjoying the fishing, not only at Green Cove Pond, but on the Tellico River itself. So that whole area has changed a lot. And it's one of those good examples of a fishery generating, boosting the local economy. Tellico Plains had its first trout fest this spring, and there's a fly shop down there. There were 4,000 people that came over the course of the day to celebrate trout fishing in the area. So it's been a neat thing to see that Green Cove area renovate, and that inn, they stay busy, and it's come together in a really good way.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. About 10 minutes, pretty quick. That's okay. I'll be back at 10 after 4. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna.
move budget to tomorrow or try to go ahead and push through today? Ken, what do you think? You okay to go for today? Present today?
Your choice, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm not used to this.
First make the decision.
I'm like,
I can
Tomorrow?
reduce my hour and a half down to 30 seconds if you'd like me to.
Perfect.
what?
All I'm doing is presenting financial. Chris is gonna do the budget.
Go for it.
Am I right? Where Chris is?
I'm saying,
The concern is if I don't
Yeah,
want
we
any
don't wanna
commissioners to
rush.
feel rushed today,
Okay.
and so we talked about that, but Madam Chairman, it's strictly up to you. It doesn't make any difference to me. That's what you get paid the big bucks for, girl.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I don't have anywhere to go but to dinner, and I understand Brian, they didn't mind putting off paying, so you know.
Well, Monty left, so he's paying.
It's at 6, right? How far is our dinner from here?
7.
Is it 7? All right. It's a 6.
You got 2 hours.
7 Eastern time.
Ken,
Give it
you
to-
look excited and happy. Go ahead and present the
Give
budget
it to
today.
me, let's go.
Man, this is my big
Ken,
time.
would you
You got it.
present your
Yes, sir.
financial report, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. In your book or on your machine should be a 2-page financial. I'm reporting through the month of May. I will tell you that the Finance Administration has closed through June on the first preliminary. In general terms, what does that mean? Basically, reserve-wise or rainy day fund, somewhere around $12 million is what we put into the rainy day fund in wildlife, and a little bit less than $4 million in boating. We'll still have 2 more preliminaries, so I don't think there'll be much difference then. But all I have prepared for today is through May, and at the top of the page, the boating fund is approximately $294,000 above the projection for registration. Expense is approximately 49%. Wildlife, we're almost $5.5 million above the projection for license income, and about 70% expense to at that point in time through the year for the expense. The wetlands acquisition has approximately $17.5 million balance. And on the second page, our endowment funds have approximately a 2% less value through May than they did at the first of the year. I will say that we were able to, at the Commission's urging, to transfer a good portion of the both lifetime and watchable from the SPIF account, that's where it earns the lower percent, to the investment account this month. So as we go on, we will see these SPIF account balances greatly reduced because of that transfer. Are there any questions or comments?
Question from anybody? Go ahead.
Ken, with this transfer of the funds, what's your anticipated revenue for the next year?
On those funds?
Or the transfer of the total?
I don't have any. I don't know. It's all based on value. I would, just my personal opinion, we probably will see somewhat similar amount that we did this past year. It depends on the need of money, the cost of money, and all that sort of stuff. But we have been able to transfer those funds to the Treasury, and whenever that time is right, they will make that investment.
Okay, but I'm confused that if you're moving it to get a better return, why would it be a similar amount as this year?
Well, I can't predict the future.
We'd hope it'd be better, right? I mean, that's the goal.
Where it essentially, I think over time it will be significantly increased.
Okay,
But
I think what he means
I
is
don't know that
it
will
would be about the same as the investment account was last year, not
Correct.
the SPIF account.
Correct.
Okay.
Spiff, we've seen an increase from 0.1 to 0.2%, which is a significant increase percentage-wise, but on money to as income, it's not anything. So, but I think in the long run, we'll see quite a bit of an increase in our investment account. Sure.
We've still got $62 million in the spiff account in wildlife and boating. I would like to know, perhaps tomorrow from director's office, what, if possible, what number in that available funds is a comfortable amount to operate, and we could transfer the rest of it into the investment account. Several years ago, it was 18 million. It's probably higher than that now, obviously, but what number, if we reduce that, what number are you comfortable with? 25, 20, 30? We don't need $62 million sitting in a 0.01 return when we could get 10 times that in our investment account. Please. Anybody else got any questions for Ken? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Richardson, are you ready?
I am, but it's okay. I'll let the director go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Director Wilson.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. I'd like to present to you the proposed budget for FY23 and as well as some improvements to the current FY. So we'll get started. A little bit about the budget overview, just for the benefit mostly of the people that might be watching this, to kind of describe some of the differences and some of the things you'll see it throughout the presentation. But when we talk about fiscal year, we talk about FY of 23, which is a budget we're proposing, or it's also known as FY 22 or 23, and that's from July 1 of 2022 to June 30th, 2023. A guideline is a target for each region or division. Does not include personnel costs. Expansions is funds added to the current fiscal year that we're in now. Improvements are funds added to the next fiscal year. They're both basically the same thing, but it helps us and y'all to know the difference. Carry forwards are funds that are not spent in this year that are carried forward into the next fiscal year. And the rainy day fund we just talked about a little bit is a cash balance of the wildlife or boating fund. Other major governing bodies that kind of we deal with and they oversee and interact with us on our budget process. Department of Human Resources reviews positions and salaries. Finance Administration instructs on state budget preparations. They approve the agency's strategic plan and budget expansions. The Department of General Services requires the use of approved contracts for commodities, credit card purchases, managed agency vehicle fleet, comptroller audits variances between budget and actual expense, conducts sunset and performance audits. And legislature approves all the laws and annual funding. So just a little bit of background into how we got to where we are today. The process for the budget for FY23 began in April of 21, this past April. If you talk to Ken, he would probably tell you it started before that. But anyway, in June, the divisions are required to enter their request for the budgets. And then in June and July, the director's office, we review not only the request, but review all the budgets that the divisions have to make sure that there are, if there's any surplus or maybe not a surplus, but maybe they don't spend much in one particular line item 1 year or a couple of years in a row, we might ask a question about that. Or maybe if they've overspent, then we ask a similar question. So that brings us to where we are today, is to present to you for approval the budget for FY23 as well as changes and amendments and expansions to FY22. And then in September, we will submit this to the Department of Finance Administration. So we mentioned guideline as each year's divisional budget is traditionally built on a 0% increase from the year before on expenses other than payroll. And one-time projects and carry-forward projects are not included in the next year's guideline, and expansions are submitted separately. It's all based upon the agency's strategic plan, and any agency employee can submit a project proposal. So payroll and other expenses, we have 727 positions. They're budgeted for no more than 240 workdays a year. There's approximately 400 agency projects, and each employee's travel and motor vehicle management costs are budgeted along with his or her payroll in their projects. And expenses other than payroll is budgeted as required for each project. So I'm going to ask Deputy Director Chris Richardson to come up from this point on, and he's going to go into details more of the nitty-gritty of our budget proposals and our expansions.
Thank you, Director Wilson, Chairman Cox, Madam Chairman Box. It's good to see everybody today. This budget that you have before you is detailed in the green book that you have on your desk. Should have also gotten a copy of it electronically week before last, I guess. The budget is substantially the same as what we have reviewed for you informationally in July, albeit the numbers are somewhat more accurate now. Changes that you'll see include accrued liabilities and PO carry-forwards that have been scrubbed from some of these amounts that we're asking. And if you look at the first sheet in your green sheet, you kind of get an overall comparison of our three fiscal years here. I do want to point out the first column that you see, fiscal year 2021, is an actual column, meaning those are the actual expenses and actual revenues. The middle column is the budget that we're currently in. We're asking you to do two things with regard to that budget today, and that is to approve some carry forward amounts and also to approve some expansions to the current year. And then the column on the far right is the requested 23 budget overall. I want to start with carry forwards, and luckily these are in your books because the screen is certainly not going to be something that you can see. It would begin on page, I guess that's 4 of your budget book. You can see the detailed carry forwards totaling $8,975,800. These are items that the commission has previously approved budgets for, that for whatever reason were not able to be completed during the previous fiscal year. We're now asking you to carry the balance of those funds forward so that we can complete that work in this fiscal year. Mr. Chairman, I will pause there to discuss any questions or comments regarding carry forwards.
Anybody have any questions? Brian?
On these projects that we've may have been a few years out, have we looked at the cost of building materials and other expenses? Has that been taken into account? Do any of these need raising up to get them at a level that we can put those projects on the ground, or these, where are we at with these figures?
Through the budget review process, each of these carry forwards was discussed at length with the divisions. We did not make any adjustments here to the amounts because they're previously approved amounts that we're asking to carry forward. So I am not aware that there are any projects here that there is a concern with increased cost of materials not being able to bring these projects to fruition. So I think the staff is generally comfortable, and we were not pointed out any deficiencies in those amounts.
I'm gonna pause just a second to make a point and I'm gonna ask you to comment on Deputy Richardson. We didn't actually put $16 million in the rainy day fund.
No, we actually did.
We moved $9 million from the budget to 21-22. So the actual number's more like $7 million, and the $11 million that we're taking out, according to the 21-22, is actually $2.2 million. Now, where this gets confusing And I'll ask you to explain a little bit, because the federal money that would come with those, with that carry forward is not in the budget. So would you expound on that just a little, explain that a little bit?
Yeah, I want to somewhat, very gently and as respectfully as possible, disagree.
You don't want me to respond, you just want to say it.
Disagree with the statement that we didn't actually put 16 million in the reserve. Because you're blending budgeted expenses when you talk about carry forwards and actual revenues that were received as reflected on this sheet. So there was $16 million contribution, or there will be a significant contribution approaching $16 million to our rainy day accounts. Now, I do think the way you're analyzing the carry forwards makes sense, in the sense that you are correct. The federal money associated with the carry forward projects has already been submitted to F&A once. We can't submit it a second time when we move into this budget cycle. So some of that federal revenue that will come on those carry forward projects is also not reflected in the revenues as down to the dollar, as it could be when you factor the carry forwards in. Because once we submit these numbers to Finance and Administration, they are essentially frozen. They're not going to change, and we don't want to confuse the situation further by trying to say, there was this federal money we didn't get last year that we think we're going to get this year, and then we add it here and we add it there. Those numbers stay somewhat locked in. And we're locked into the 22 numbers from that we gave them last year. So there's really no adjustment that we make to those revenues when we bring the carry forwards into the next budget. Ken, am I kind of summarizing that correctly?
From the way I look at it, when you budgeted, if those carry forwards were not, if they were spent in 2021, you would not have put $16 million in the rainy day fund.
It depends on what those projects were eligible for as far as the funding source. Had those been federally eligible projects, I would have had federal revenue that would have offset the expense.
Exactly.
So the collection would have still stayed the same, $16 million over, because I would have had balancing out expenses and revenues. By not spending the
If
money,
it's all
I didn't-
federal money.
And there's very, very few items in our budget that don't contain at least some funding source outside of license sales and registration.
So you see why this is so confusing to everybody.
It's clear as mud.
All right, go ahead.
Anything further on carry forwards? If not, I will move to,
I have just a brief question, if you would, very briefly, and I iterate very briefly. The updates on our Nashville office for the renovation, what's being done, and the carry forward of the 5.5 million at Buffalo Ridge and what we're doing or going to do there quickly.
so let me go on the Nashville office renovations first. This is gonna include upgrades to the parking lots being repaved, the outside of the building is being paved, sidewalks are being redone. Some of this money would have included, I think, the new pathways, but this has been COVID delays and other things have resulted in us not being able to complete this work. But I think we're still, looking for Jay, but I think we're on track to make some significant headway on those renovations sooner rather than later. And if it's okay, Commissioner, but the 5.5 is in a standalone requested budget expansion on the
Yeah,
next page,
well,
and if we.
It was 7.5 there, wasn't it, instead of the 5.5?
It's 5.5 for the facility and shooting complex, and then there are also some grading expenses that we feel like we can capture some federal funds with, so $1 million to do the grading. And then there's a potential acquisition at Buffalo Ridge of a 1,700 acre adjacent tract that we're asking you to put money in the budget to purchase that, to expand the overall footprint of Buffalo.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Proceed.
So, basic overall expansions that we're requesting for fiscal year 22 total $13.8 million. Commissioner Butt just pointed out, by far the largest portion of that money is the Buffalo Ridge project, which accounts for about $7.5 million of the total 13.8. There's a breakdown here on this slide you can see with kind of the general classifications of wildlife-focused projects, land outreach, and then a considerable amount of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service grants. The details of those expansions can be found on page 5 of your budget book, and I will pause there and address any questions you have on the requested expansions for fiscal year 22.
Any questions? Go ahead.
23 improvements, the next page, page 6 of your budget book. These are items that the director's office considered requests from the divisions to add to the base or guideline amounts that they originally started to work with when building the 23 budget. As you can see, we have about $5.5 million worth of requested improvements to the fiscal 23 budget. Again, the details on page 6, and I will pause there for any questions relative to those items.
I don't see any.
The overall 23 budget, and the slides that I'm going to show you, if they're not clear, will really be predominantly based off of the first 3 pages of your budget book. This is a breakdown of the funding sources. Where does our money come from? The $382,000 that you see in state reimbursement is the amount of general fund revenue that the TWRA receives. That is a relatively new appropriation that was put in by the General Assembly when they repealed the ammunition tax. That amount represents the revenue that we used to receive from selling the stickers to go on boxes of ammunition. When the state repealed it, they were kind enough to create a recurring appropriation to us in a like amount. Next line is obviously license sales and boat registrations. Federal revenue. Current service would be things that people write us a check for outside of other intergovernmental transfers. So the raffle that we'll talk a little bit about tomorrow, when the foundation cuts us a check for the raffle, that would be reflected there. Also reflects money that we receive from forestry operations and crop leases, things of that nature. Interdepartmental would be those funds that we receive from other government agencies or funds. This is where the wetlands money that we spend would be reflected. And then you can obviously see the contribution to the rainy day fund projected on the wildlife side, a healthy $3 million. We project currently, if we spend every dollar that's budgeted, to take some money from our boating reserve, but an overall impact of nearly $1 million to the rainy day funds overall.
All right, Chris, the numbers that you have put up here are not exactly what's in our book. The estimates appear to have changed on license and registration and tax revenue. Is that, I guess, why is that, or is it you just changed the estimate a little bit, or they're not different? Boating is different. Boating is $8,700,000, and in our book it's $9,263,000 for estimated license revenue. Okay.
Yeah, if we've got a transcription error, that it is truly due to that.
Okay.
We fully intended to update these slides to reflect the numbers that are in your book. The numbers in your book are the accurate numbers if you don't want to look at the slide.
Okay.
This is a reflection of our personnel costs and the number of positions that we have. You can see that at the bottom of the first page of your budget book, 727 positions. The breakdown on that, it is certainly our single largest cost agency-wide, but it's also certainly the greatest source of work and benefit to Tennesseans is our people. This gives you a breakdown of the overall wildlife boating agency expenses as included in the fiscal year 23 budget. This is again the same thing that's reflected on the first 3 pages of your book if that's easier for you. You see the different codes, travel printing, and so forth down the left-hand side, and then you see the amounts reflected that fit into those categories. Overall summary of the fiscal 23 budget, again, first page of your green books. I'll pause there, Mr. Chairman, if there's any discussions on that. I will tell you that we have a few additional items that we would like you to consider, including both 22 and 23 budgets that I will discuss after you kind of get a look at what's in your book here. These are things that came after the book was prepared.
Anybody got any questions so far?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
All right.
With the increased demands on our staff for the paddlecraft on many of our rivers and everything, are we confident that we have enough budgeted for manpower to address those issues?
We think we can hold it together for 22. As you'll see in a minute, I have a request aimed at that very thing that's coming with some requested positions. And I'm happy to go straight to those, or I can continue to pause here if there's other questions.
Just go ahead with your plan.
It doesn't matter. I was gonna bring paddlecraft up, but you go ahead and present what you've got and I'll ask my question.
I'm going to jump. These are the highlights from the 23 budget as I presented them to you. I've got an idle TV standby message up there that's, yep, thank you, sir. CWD, considerable amount of effort being put into that, including a new $1.5 million work base is baked into this 23 budget, along with some increases to the operating budget to make sure that we are handling that as best we can. HIP is fully funded to the tune of $1.5 million for fiscal year 2023. The incentive part of that is $875 for currently, and by going to $1.5 million, we're going to ensure that we don't have contractual issues or delays in our causes where commercial fishermen perhaps run up against our limits. When we enter into a contract on HIP, we have to set a maximum liability. And it's very difficult to set a maximum liability when we don't know how many fish they're going to catch. So we have upped this budget significantly to make sure that there are no periods of time where commercial fishermen cannot be out removing those fish from our waters. There's considerable improvements to the hatcheries in the 23 budget to the tune of almost $1.2 million that are going to help increase production and continue to put fish in our waters for our anglers to catch. And there is about a $311,000 budget item for improvements relative to a fishing trail in Tennessee. R3, it's a considerable amount of programs going in here. Obviously, the big one is Buffalo Ridge, $5.5 million for the Hunter Ed Center and Ranges. Grants for new R3 programs. Small money there to create some archery ranges on public lands. Those will likely be targeted for our lands, but also potentially state parks. And then you see kind of a basic overall look at equipment and things from the 23 budget. In addition to what's in your book, we are proposing a few new items, and I apologize that this slide is somewhat difficult to see, but I wanted to bring these to your attention. They are things that came after our informational meeting to you in July, and want to highlight them here, but ultimately ask you to consider them, approving them with the overall approval of these budgets, both expansions and the 23 year. The first one at the top, we're asking you to add $126,500 to both the fiscal 22 budget and the fiscal 23 budget. This is the National Bobwhite Whale Conservation Initiative. Getting good with my acronyms. This would ultimately end up becoming 100% federal money by going in at this level with NBCI. They will make the state required match, and this will result ultimately in $135,000 worth of work being done on Tennessee WMAs. The second item you see there, the USDA grants for CWD work. On the $250,000 for the communications toolkit, this is informational to you. We do not need a budget adjustment. This was a multi-state grant that our staff had applied for in conjunction with 6 or 7 other states. Ultimately, that money will be housed in the state of Arkansas, but we will benefit from it and wanted you to be aware of it. The second item is a brand new USDA APHIS grant that the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency was awarded, and we are asking you to put $234,135 in the fiscal 22 budget. This will allow us to do a study on prion accumulation dynamics in the environment. And again, 100% federal money that cannot be spent on any other source. It's above and beyond what we generally receive from Pittman-Robertson or those other federal programs. The $212,500 is another grant like the previous one I discussed. I need no action on that item. It is already in the budget. I just bring it to your attention here because it's pretty impressive that Tennessee is drawing this kind of money down on grants that are competed for nationally. The final item there at the bottom, after the commission visited Kiker Bottoms, Dr. Craig Harper and our staff did some evaluation of the quail focus areas, I think at Kiker, Bridgestone, and Wolf River. And this amount of $153,000, both in 22 and 23, would be used for habitat manipulation on those areas that are part of the quail focus study that Dr. Harper and UT is performing for us. So we would be asking you for a budget expansion in both 22 and 23 in that amount. Lastly, we are asking you for the first time in a very long, do I need to go back to that one?
Yeah, go back to that one. There may be a question. I've got one myself. I want to know, Wally, you're on the spot. How do you know where to spend money on $153,000 worth of money when the quail study's not finished?
So we received the habitat management recommendations from University of Tennessee, specifically Dr. Harper, and we asked the managers to look at their existing budgets, look what was recommended to do the habitat management, and identify the shortfalls in the budget. So 90,000 of this 153,000 will be aerial herbicide application. About 20,000 is for prescribed burning, and then the rest of it is miscellaneous. We got some equipment rental, we got some fire break installation, and then a pollinator planting is another thing.
Yeah, but how do you know that's the right thing to do if the study's not finished?
Well, these were things identified that we were limiting according to University of Tennessee. Our part of the research project is to implement these recommendations so the university can then track quail and see how they respond to these manipulations. So that's part of the project, to see if these were the most favorable, I guess, for the quail to move in, to utilize these areas that we do management on.
Got it. Yes, sir.
Chris, the $311,000 that you had for the fishing trail, is that the total amount, or is that in addition to a previous amount?
That amount reflects the amount that our fisheries division is going to be spending specifically on things like forage fish, supplemental feeding, fish feeders, additional stockings into some of the lakes. It does not include any of the funds that we're going to spend on ramp improvements, both at state park areas and also the major tournament style boat ramps. So the overall commitment that the agency has made to this point is approaching $6 million on the Bill Dance Fishing Trail.
My question is concerning the research on the mallard study in West Tennessee. Is there been enough success with the research project to consider moving it forward? Does that have to be considered for 23 budget, or is that for the next year? Or?
I believe it is included in the 23. There's a carry forward amount that's specifically, I believe, on the mallard telemetry study, but it was a 5-year study, and we are in year 2 of 5 years. So there are amounts to meet our contractual obligations, and that study will be progressing for at least another 3 years. There were some adjustments and things with 4 more years.
It's a 4-year study.
That I forgot we have the man here that can really answer the question.
But it's a 4-year, we're in year 3.
We're in year 3 of a 4 year, so we've got money in the budget. There was some delays. We added a little bit, I think, to this year to do a little bit of the laboratory carry forward work.
Carry forward was, all the labs are backed up on everything, so bills are waiting.
But we are progressing with the full study that we had initially planned, and it is progressing accordingly. Haven't heard any additional needs or concerns from Dr. Cohen.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead. Oh, Steve? Commissioner Jones, you got
Thank
something?
you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back in April, May, when Chairman Ripley brought up, he wanted to take a look at maybe some more aggressive steps that we could take towards our bobwhite quail restoration project. And we talked about a schedule, and that schedule, we were gonna try to have something in place by August to identify areas where we might be able to be a little bit more aggressive on the quail schedule. Have we had an opportunity to do that?
I'm looking to-
Identify groups and I'm asking because we're at that slide now, and I want to see if that's a response to that, or.
Yes, sir. Our quail team's been working on that. I think they may be ready to make those recommendations. They had a meeting yesterday, and I wasn't there and don't know the final outcome of that. They've for sure identified Denali, Laurel Hill, but there's some others too that.
And to your point, Commissioner Jones, I think this absolutely does reflect the commission's interest and desire to do more quail work. You know, what you're seeing here on the screen is going to result in $300,000 worth of habitat manipulation specifically for quail in both 22 and 23, which is an increased effort in response to the commission's interest and direction.
I agree, but the discussion was to develop kind of a team to sit down, stakeholders, Quail Forever Task Force. Thank you, Stan. It's getting late in the day. But to create a task force to maybe look at ways where we could have a more aggressive northern bobwhite quail restoration program. And I know during that discussion, we had hoped to have something in place in time for the budget, and I just wondered where we were on that.
Yeah, I defer to Wally, Jason, on where those are. I know I talked to Commissioner Ripley briefly about the task force idea. Also, we've discussed potentially starting with, a 2-day symposium or something where we invite a lot of the partners in just to kind of scope what the task force might work on before we formalized it. So I know those discussions are ongoing, but that's the extent of the information I have today.
Thank you.
I have a quick question about that. Are we confident that we have enough in the budget to implement the strategic plan going forward?
I think we have funded this budget to the tune of what our wildlife guys have asked for. I know of no projects related to quail, really otherwise, that were implementations of strategic plans that are not funded here.
I'm not sure how we fund something that we haven't finished studying yet.
Well, I think the key part on this particular funding on the habitat manipulation is the response of the birds to this specific manipulation is part of the study.
I understand, but we're talking about future funding, and I think what Commissioner Jones and Bud are talking about is some more aggressive habitat management, that kind of thing. But if we're still studying it, I'm not sure how you budget for the future when you really don't know what the results and what that needs to be. So I think when the agency gets to that point, they'll come with budget expansions to cover that. I'm suggesting. Is that, you think that's correct?
I think we certainly, if a need or project is identified that we want to perform as an agency, we'll have no problem bringing it to you guys and asking for money.
Anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
So the last thing I have here, and for the first time in a long time, we're going to ask this commission to add some personnel. We added 10 CWD positions, we added 4 Asian carp positions, but it's been a very long time since we've taken a look at overall agency-wide what positions we thought were necessary to accomplish our missions. And the reality is, over the years, the amount of acreage that this agency is responsible for has increased. The amount of wildlife on the landscape has increased. The population of Tennessee has increased. The position count of the TWRA has stayed relatively flat. And there are 24 positions, I believe, on this list that we're asking you to approve to be put forward in the 23 budget. The timing of these requests is important. We have several layers of approvals that we have to go through in order to get authority to create additional positions. You are the first hurdle. The second hurdle is then the Department of Finance and Administration to make sure these positions carry forward into the budget that they present to the legislature. The legislature then ultimately has to vote on a budget that includes these positions before DOHR will allow us to begin to fill them. So what you see here is an evaluation across the agency. You see there's wildlife techs, wildlife managers, wildlife equipment operators. The Fisheries Division We're focused on increasing the production at our hatcheries, and these are long-awaited positions that these hatcheries need additional help. And there's also another Asian carp position there focused in East Tennessee. On law enforcement side, our law enforcement is getting overrun at the North Cumberland Wildlife Management area. We're proposing 2 additional officers there to accommodate that increased usage of our OHV areas. And then, as you can see here, Commissioner Butt, we're proposing 4 dedicated paddlecraft officers, 1 in each region, that will focus on those paddlecraft rules and concerns that are going on, which we think will give us significantly better response to some of the problems and overcongestion we're seeing. The engineering division, this is, I call it the Tommy Woods request. This will give us additional personnel to add to our crews to be able to perform more maintenance on more boat ramps more often. I think the increased usage that we've seen since COVID has certainly shown a light that we have some deficiencies there, and this is an effort to try to correct that. And then lastly, at Buffalo Ridge, we're very hopeful that we're going to build a $5.5 million facility, and when we do build it, we're going to need somebody to run it, and we're going to need somebody to help maintain it. So that is a brief explanation of those positions, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
We have not seen this in writing, so when we get ready to make a motion, I suppose we can move to approve these if that's what the committee wants to do, but I would like to see if you can make copies of that and provide it to everybody before tomorrow so they can look at it before the commission votes on it.
That will not be a problem, sir.
What else have you got?
That's it.
My comment on the paddlecraft, and this doesn't come under my committee, but we're budgeting money to help with a problem that we are behind in addressing, and whether you do it today or tomorrow or next month, I think it's appropriate for us to get a report on what you're doing about the paddlecraft problem. And we started about 4 years ago to study this and to come up with fees and that kind of thing, and you know what I'm talking about, and everybody else does. So we're funding, which we need to because we got a problem, but we're behind on the revenue part of it. So if you don't mind, could you, I don't know if you're gonna have something in September, or you're nodding like you are, or maybe tomorrow, or is there a presentation in September about paddlecraft?
There certainly can be. I can tell you the fee part of it, which seems to be the focus, as it should be, Mr. Chairman of the Budget Committee, the legislative authority that allowed us to create a permit system for commercial paddlecraft outfitters included a moratorium on fees until July of 2021. That has just ended. In addition to that delay or that hurdle, there's a lot going on with regard to commercial activities on the state land right now. TDEC is working through a rule-making process that we're watching very closely, that they're going to be entering into commercial use agreements with paddlecraft outfitters that operate in those state parks, and there are fees associated there. So we are not sitting on our laurels. We are not interested in furthering that conversation, but we also want to be sure that we understand the regulatory landscape. I told you when we proposed to regulate commercial paddlecraft outfitters that it was going to do 2 things. It was going to give us some ability to influence their behavior, but more importantly, it was going to welcome them under our tent. We represent them now. And one thing that I do not want to see is a patchwork of regulations where a commercial paddlecraft outfitter has to deal with this fee in state park and this fee at Corps of Engineers and this fee at a TWRA ramp. So we're working with other stakeholders. There's more involved, and this is a larger issue than just something that I feel comfortable going alone and acting upon TWRA until we kind of see where all that's going to land. I can tell you there were some specific actions taken by the Army Corps this year on their ramps on the Caney Fork to try to address some of the problems. It was met with both staunch political and community opposition on some levels, and I haven't gotten an update from them to see how it's going now, but there was significant changes. And none of that's going to come easy. But most importantly, we need these positions right now. And while we may not be getting revenue from commercial paddlecraft outfitters, we are responsible for every recreational boater on the state, in this state, whether they, and for their safety. Whether they are in a power boat or they are in a kayak, we have the statutory obligation to make sure that they're being kept safe. And those people that are boating on rivers right now are not getting the same attention as our reservoirs are, because we haven't historically been there on the rivers. And that's, I think you're absolutely right. It's something we're going to have to continue to work through. Whether I can have a presentation for you in September, or whether we need to be looking more towards October or later, where we hope to get our first good slug of data from the commercial paddlecraft outfitters on October the 15th. And so my suggestion would be that we push that discussion to sometime after we've received what data we're going to get.
It's not my purview, but Madam Chairman, I suggest we move along as quickly as we can, since we're
I
spending
have
money on
one
it
question
now.
quickly. Have we considered usage hours, days to address some of these concerns, or is that going to be part of possible task force with other entities?
That's exactly what's being considered right now on some levels. Certainly, the days of usage and hours of usage were some regulations that the Corps tried to put in place this year on their ramps. I haven't talked to the manager up there to see how those went. Certainly, there is some of those provisions in the TDEC rules associated with the commercial use agreements, and absolutely think that it will be part of our longer-term plan for how to accommodate the overcrowding issues we're dealing with on our ramps.
Hey, Chris, one real good point to be made is we move this up the ladder in approval to make sure that almost 20–25% of this expansion is stuff that's outside our purview, like you mentioned. And we have to do it even though we're not getting any revenue, like Commissioner Cox said. Did you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else got any questions or comments? All right, I'm gonna try to move this along to motions. Do we have, and Chris, you may have to back up, do we have expansions for 2021, 22? We probably need to do those separately from the 23 budget.
Page 5 of your budget book.
Make a motion, we approve the
Now-
expansions as per page 5.
Per page 5, the only caveat is I would say the additions would be the 126.5 for NBCI, the 234 for pre-on accumulation dynamics, and the 153 for the habitat manipulation on the quail focus areas.
I'll amend my motion to include the updated items as presented.
Motion, have a second. Second. For the budget committee, all in favor say aye. Opposed? For the budget expansion for 22, 23,
Improvements would be reflected on page 6. But you really, I don't believe procedurally need to vote on those separately. They would be baked in and included in an overall vote on the 23 budget as presented. We probably do need, and with that vote, the only other vote I think you need to make is on the carry forwards into 22.
all right, so we need to vote on the 9
Ken,
million.
hang on, Ken, I see Ken frowning at me.
I would think you certainly can, but you've already approved them previously.
So we don't need to take any action on the carry forwards.
Unless you want.
So it's not necessary, we don't need to, but, so what we're asking now is to, we have to approve the 21, 22 budget as amended,
You've just done that.
okay?
You're
And
on
we
to
need
the
to approve the
22
22, 23 budget.
As reflected in your budget book with the caveat here that there would be 126.5
I
added
need a
for
motion.
NBCI and 153 added for quail research on WMAS.
I need a motion. Second? I got a motion, do I have a second? I'm gonna, as soon as I get a second.
second it so I can.
So now you can ask a question.
So we're running through this budget pretty, I know it's late, and we need to get out of here, but we're running through this thing pretty quick. And you threw up 24 new positions up there. that you want included in the next budget, but they're not in the budget that we're voting on, and I've not seen how that's gonna reflect in the numbers. I mean, are we fully staffed right now? We have 727 positions. Are you asking us to go to 751 in the new budget?
That's correct.
And then you've got the salaries and the benefits up there. But I know from experience, at any time that we hire new people, we've got to equip them, you put uniforms on them, all those things.
That's correct.
Is that going to be reflected in the budget that we try to approve tomorrow?
It is not going to be reflected in the budget that you try to approve tomorrow. We would bring those to you in that March timeframe when we make equipment requests and for expansions for the 23 budget. That way we'll know which of these have been approved by F&A. We'll know which ones we need to equip, and we'll be closer in time to when we're going to be equipping them. So we would reserve the expenses for your consideration to March or April of next year for the equipment needs associated with these personnel. The only thing we're asking you to add to the budget today is the salaries and benefits and position count, which will allow us to move forward with the additional approvals we need from F&A and the state legislature.
Which will go from 727 to 751.
That's correct.
Okay. How are we on staffing right now? Are all 727 positions staffed?
We have some vacancies, but typically if somebody retires, leaves, it takes a little while to get it filled, and
Sure.
but we're not too far behind, are we?
No, and a lot of our positions are unallocated, so we have 750 staff right now and 727 positions.
Say that louder. I couldn't hear that, Randy.
We have some job share positions and some positions that we have permission from F&A to overstaff, to over-allocate. So we currently have 750 employees and 727 positions.
Okay, hold it.
Is that including part-time or is that full-time employee?
That's including part-time.
Yeah, okay.
Most of those over-allocated are part-time.
All right, I asked to follow up with Commissioner Jones, and you're exactly right. We're going to get a copy of this to see, and the commission will have to vote on these positions tomorrow. So if we don't want to do this, or we don't want to do as many, we just don't do it tomorrow if it's the commission. If somebody's got a problem with it. Or we can get it printed tonight and we can stay here and discuss it. I'm happy to do either one. Because I agree, we're expanding them to a lot of people. Some of these are tech positions and we really need them. I guess they're all needed, but it does need to be discussed, and I wanted y'all to have a paper copy since you don't have one to discuss it.
I certainly don't mind getting a paper copy and discussing it tomorrow. I just, the salaries has the biggest impact on our budget, and when you
Recurring
add people,
expenses absolutely does.
So I don't want to go into passing a budget without, that we know is going to change without having some idea of what it's going to look like when we change it.
Commissioner Jones, I'd add this, and I probably should have in the discussion initially in presenting these. What we're proposing here by increased positions of salaries and benefit equates to about $1.2 million. And looking at our finances from a year-to-year perspective and looking at the amounts that we've been able to add to our rainy day fund at the end of each of the last 3 fiscal years, we in the director's office feel very comfortable with this level of added recurring expense to those revenues that we're bringing in. Additionally, positions like the wildlife manager at Buffalo Ridge, there's additional federal revenue that will become associated with those positions on some level. So
I'm looking at this list thinking it may not be enough, knowing how our folks are, the folks out in the field that are working. I know that they are pulled in all kinds of different directions. So this may not be enough, but I want to make sure that we have a clearly defined what the impact is going to be to our budget long term before we go into it. So just a discussion point. I'm not opposing it or anything.
no, certainly I didn't take it that way, but I think you're a fair question, and I should have been talking about how the lasting effects of the recurring expenses would have on us.
Yes, sir.
But Chris, to speak to that point, and I think it's a great point that Steve makes, especially when you add in the other expenses relative to equipment and stuff, and that's an ongoing topic with the vehicles and the number of vehicles that were behind, but you also have the capacity to, if it becomes a budget problem, to, not necessarily fill a position if there's a problem with revenue, license sales were to fall off, et cetera, to sort of offset it. But I agree with Steve also too. Is it enough? And I think that's a very valid question. I mean, one more paddlecraft officer in each of the regions, I mean, you might need 10 in Region 3 on the Caney Fork or Region 2 on the Caney.
Certainly my perspective on these, if you went and polled our entire staff, there would be a list that's 3 times this long of what they would tell you we need or we could use and be better. And I can't argue with that. This list represents those positions that we have fully vetted, that we say we gotta have these. And getting additional positions and getting increased recurring expenses comes with some level of, I like to have a little bit of a conservative approach in that, because once you hire the people, you've got them. And I think this is something that is not really, in my mind, discretionary. This is a minimum need that we have right now.
Any other questions or discussion? I've got a motion and a second for the Budget Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Madam Chairman, I believe we're finished for the Budget Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. We have one small amendment to the agenda. We just have a brief discussion for audit. So I'm going to call Chairman Brian McLaren.
I'd like to call the audit committee to order, please. Mr. Richardson, we had a couple of questions about the new auditor, trying to make sure we've had everything in place, and kind of give us a rundown on where we stand on that position.
Certainly. We are still in the process of getting that position reclassed from an Audit 3 to a Director of Audit 2. We've got a preliminary understanding, I guess you would say, with downtown DOHR that is an appropriate reclass, and I'm confident that that's moving along as quickly as it could be. As soon as the position is reclassed, we'll put it out to be filled, go through the normal hiring process. But it is priority number one, certainly for my side of the agency, to get that position filled, because every day that goes by right now is another day that new person's not going to have to complete the audit plan that has already been signed and submitted to the executive internal auditor. So certainly looking to move that along as quickly as possible.
So rough idea how long you think we're looking at?
30 days.
Okay. During this time, when, I know we had an audit back in the summer.
Well, when you talk about audits in the TWRA, it's really hard to kind of pinpoint which one you're talking about, because there's a lot of people that want to audit us. There's a lot of different audits that are performed. There's financial audits, there's performance audits, there's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service audits. We just recently got audited by General Services in our procurement procedures, which I'm happy to say we passed with flying colors. So as far as the number, the last audit that we did, I'd have to figure out which entity was there last. Generally speaking, the ones that are the most focused are the full financial audits performed by the comptroller, which I believe it has been 7 or 8 years since we had a full-blown financial from the comptroller's office. We are included as an agency in an annual audit that the comptroller performs for state government as a whole, and there are random samples of our things that are taken and included into that audit. We also generally have had a performance audit that evaluates the performance of the agency. Typically, that was done on a 4-year cycle in conjunction with our sunset hearings. I've been through 2 of those. This year, we were up for sunset, but we were not on the schedule for a performance audit. So we went through what is referred to as a Q&A process with the Government Operations Committee in lieu of that performance audit. As far as the next or upcoming scheduled audits, I have not spoken with the comptroller's office to know what may or may not be planned, but certainly we have nothing to hide, and we are ready, willing, and able to welcome as many more auditors into our house as need be. Tim, when was it, do you know offhand the last time Fish and Wildlife Service came in, or Ken?
It's been like, about 3 years now.
So that's another entity that comes in and audits exactly how we're using our federal dollars, which, of course, as I said earlier, there's not much that we do that doesn't have some level of federal money in it. So that's pretty comprehensive.
I was concerned that through COVID and with our transition of directors, we might have missed an opportunity to get a transitional audit to make sure that with the changing of the guard that everything was in line, and just was one of the questions that I had, and I didn't know, you know, if that I didn't think it had been done. I just wanted to see what we needed to do there in regard to that.
There was not a full financial audit done during that time period of transition between Director Carter and Director Wilson. My suggestion to the audit committee would be to begin with a conversation with our comptroller to find out what he may have planned, what he may be able to perform for us. Certainly, I think that makes more sense to start with our comptroller than to consider perhaps an outside auditing firm or something like that.
Okay.
So the discussion, you gonna recognize me?
Yes, sir.
So a discussion with our comptroller would be, staff, do you need a directive to
No,
have that discussion or a motion on the floor? Okay.
No, sir, I think it's a question that I'd certainly like to ask him anyway. And what records they have, you know, perhaps going back even before my time, to know kind of what the schedule looks like. Because unfortunately, I don't know that we're on a predictable schedule as far as those audits are concerned. And certainly, if it's the will of the commission to request an audit, that would be the person that I would request it from first.
Maybe if that's already been done, are we in a position to request the audit?
I think we certainly could make that request of the comptroller. Again, I haven't spoken with him to know what may be scheduled or whether that request will be looked upon favorably, but it is something if that's the direction of the audit committee and the commission as a whole, certainly something I'm willing to do.
Well, again, I'll state, if he's already been contacted and the recommendation from him is that the commission request it for the benefit of the agency, then would it be proper for a motion to be made to that effect?
I think certainly a motion to request an audit from the comptroller would be an appropriate motion for the audit committee to make. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I think it'd be appropriate for the staff to contact the comptroller and through normal channels to see what he may already have something scheduled, or you know, I think it'd be that through Director Wilson's office to contact the comptroller.
Yes, Wally.
I move that the audit committee request a full transitional audit to be audit for the benefit of the TWRA to be conducted by the comptroller's office as soon as possible, and that this motion be presented tomorrow to the full commission for approval.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Open floor for discussion.
I tend to, I see the value in an audit, and a lot of times people associate, I'm sorry, I haven't got this on. A lot of times people associate an audit as something bad. Oh, you know, they're going through an audit, but it really shows transparency and, you know, mitigates risk and helps management improve their processes. But I do think it would be appropriate, as Commissioner Cox said, I do think it would be appropriate to contact the comptroller's office and ask them what they would recommend. and if that's not been done, and report back to commission next month.
I certainly can make those contacts, have a good relationship with Comptroller Mumpower, and be more than happy to have that conversation with him.
We've got a motion on the floor. It's seconded. We've had any more discussion?
Yeah, hey, Chris, I know that Comptroller Wilson just retired. Mumpower, was he under Wilson, so he's very familiar with the agency, and he's not drinking water through a fire hose?
No, sir.
Okay. Wasn't familiar with him. Certainly knew Justin.
Any further discussion? All right, let's open the floor for a vote of whether we have a transitional audit. All in favor?
Just had a question to clarify. So the motion is to formally request an audit, or is the motion to have staff, Chris Richardson, have a discussion with the comptroller about the current commission makeup and staff is more than welcome to have an audit. We'd love transparency. There's been a transition of our director. In the interest of transparency, and we'd love to know, do you have something planned, and if not, would you like to? I just want to clarify what we're doing.
I think the motion was to formally request a transitional audit. So we'll open it for a vote. Ayes?
Aye.
Noes? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
And that adjourns the audit committee.
Is there any further discussion
Now, do we need to have a full vote tomorrow?
today?
Tomorrow.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second?
Seeing no discussion, a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned.
Well, but I had to do this. I'm not adjourned till I do this. Well, I was going to. You took it from me. 9 a.m. Thank y'all.